Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. As I'm still trying to set up a workflow to get the Twitch streaming and YouTube streaming all going at the same time, I'm having awkward pauses at the beginning of these streams, which it doesn't help, certainly. It definitely doesn't help to do that. I wonder if a hotkey would work with two instances of OBS. Yeah. Not sure. Okay. I'm looking at the data flow again, and that seems like that is good. Today is Friday, March 1st. We're starting late. I had something to do, and then I fell asleep. It's really getting the same old stories. Apparently there's going to be a trial duel for Time Travel 2004. What is that going to be? Battle cards released in the original card game, which would be the Japanese version, until November 25th, 2004. That is going to definitely be some old cards. And then a new rank season has started. So your first thought would definitely be to want to just start playing ranked in this new month, but the game itself is once again going to distract you. Well, kind of running low even on these legacy packs. Not that it really matters too much. It kind of matters, I guess. If a month went by, if even a week went by, and I wasn't just making constant progress towards some goal, like the current goal with legacy packs, I assume, is to have one of everything, and then the next goal would be kind of a stepping stone goal of having two of everything in the master packs, and then the third stepping stone would be to have three of everything, and then at that point you kind of don't have anything. Alright, so this is a tryout duel, so we will just play these loner things, and we will hope we can win. So very much, if these are original card game cards, they should be fairly recognizable, these gadgets. You have a little bit of effect monsters. You have Pot of Greed, is probably going to be in every single deck. You have Limiter Remover, Mystical Space Tycoon, Ring of Destruction, Solomon's Judgment. Yep. These are all cards that I really recognize quite a bit. These are also, notably, cards that are completely unplayable in modern times, because it, just like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, there's just a lot of turns you would have played in the original card game, and nowadays it is 2-3 turn games, which at a certain level, I guess that does make an argument to what Second Dinner was thinking when they made Marvel Snap, in that they were just saying, hey, we see how a 25-year-old card game like Yu-Gi-Oh! Has evolved, and to the point where it is only 2 or 3 turns per player. But I don't think that works for a brand new game, certainly. I think power creep and stuff like that probably has to evolve over time. Alright, let's summarize. And then now I'll add a red gadget. Now, one big problem certainly with this deck, or this tryout challenge, is that there probably is a very known meta deck within that limit of cards that would be way better than the loner decks, which are very much more thematic in what they're doing. Inherently, the cards were designed to serve the anime, which was designed to serve the manga. So as such, you do have this situation where a lot of the cards are very much limited to that one episode, to that theme. And it seems like you can't put anything here, which is probably fine because these spaces wouldn't have even existed originally in the game. I don't even know when they added these spaces. They were new to me when I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Because I definitely hadn't been paying attention to Yu-Gi-Oh! Up until that point. I'm doing more damage to myself than anything. I don't have any extra cards in this deck at all, so without any extra cards. And it doesn't really exist. Kinda doesn't really exist a reason to go any further and have these three gear characters. All they're doing is pulling cards out of the deck, which is reducing what I might draw otherwise, which could be useful at some point, but I'm probably supposed to just use this and get Blowback Dragon summoned, a 2300 6-star monster. See, I want to think bigger, but the more I look at this, the more it probably is a case where I'm supposed to just get Blowback Dragon going. For the accountability section, I'm almost completely done with Divide by Sheep. I'm probably just going to need to look up a walkthrough for at least 2 or 3 of the remaining puzzles. And make one more episode and just cheat it. I'm too close to the end really to just ignore it and not try and get all the achievements. Let's see. I decided to be finished with Ghost Whisperer, and as such I've watched the last couple episodes, which the second to last episode before it was just abruptly cancelled was them introducing the idea of a ghost thinking it was a vampire, which definitely screams desperation. And then the last episode was a marriage episode and hints at her being pregnant. Well, they knew she was pregnant, but her being pregnant with a super powerful, strong psychic who would be way stronger than Melinda, I think is her name. They never really got anywhere with the main female protagonist or her husband, who at some point died and then his soul jumped into the body of another person. Better play or I'm gonna lose. And that's why they were having marriage again, is to remarry. After a couple seasons, they introduced this comedian character to be a professor, kind of like a Watson to Holmes equivalent. I'm not sure if that's really it's probably closer to a Giles to Buffy equivalent. Honestly. And the comedian that played the professor at some point disappeared, and they replaced it with another, I believe, comedic actor doing the exact same role, and it really just didn't help much. What's funny, I think, most about Ghost Whisperer is that it's somewhere around the third or second season that they had any kind of like real connecting plot line and thought it almost looked like they were going somewhere, although it's again the exact same plot line as Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So like clearly Ghost Whisperer was just stealing the general vibe of Medium, which is a way better Emmy Award winning TV show, and then stealing kind of plot lines for Ghost of the Week from something like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and it just fails miserably. I think in part because I just don't think the main actress is that good of an actress, which isn't even to say that Sarah Michelle Gellar, who played Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Buffy in the TV series, started off as particularly a good actress. I mean, all of those characters were just kids when they first started, and yeah. So, but yeah, I would say Sarah Michelle Gellar got better in that role. Plus, I'd also say Buffy had this starting thing where it really was 3 or 4 very active groups of friend characters, where Ghost Whisperer really only had like 2 people at most with the main protagonist. So yeah, it really never went anywhere. It was really a waste of time. Speaking of waste of time, I found on Amazon Prime this, apparently it was a women's entertainment, one of the worst TV series ever for that year, according to critics. Let's play a different deck then. We won there almost despite my own efforts. Here is yet another very recognizable deck with a lot of recognizable cards. We may win in just 3 plays, and if that was the way all dual trials worked, that would be great. But yeah, South of Hell comes off like it was trying to do Supernatural, and it's kind of a very modern show, but it was on Women's Entertainment, so I never even saw it or heard of it. Like, I'm not looking at extended cable channels or even basic cable channels. I think it was like 2009. And the idea of, hey, we're going to do Supernatural, but since it's Women's Entertainment, we're going to have a female lead. That on the face of it sounds like that could work fairly well. Part of the problem I think they may have run into is that they in the first episode show that the woman has like a demon inside of her, and that plot line in Supernatural isn't revealed until at least 2 or 3 seasons before one of the brothers and Supernatural has a demon in them. Yeah. So yeah, South of Hell also is set in the South. Like the protagonists live in a trailer park. She has a brother who's a druggie. They are teasing in the first 8 episodes that they'd already be dealing with angels. They're really just trying to accelerate things. There's a whole cult aspect to it, that the father was in this cult, and that the cult then got turned into a massacre when the police moved in, and only the sister and brother survived, supposedly. That might be part of the problem too, is that having the US government be causing massacre is too close to home, possibly. But yeah, even if I watch every episode of South of Hell, it's only 8 episodes, so it's not gonna go that long. And then see, catching up on new episodes of Crapopolis from Fox, which I definitely do think we will hit a point. I don't even know if I have 2 of these cards in my deck. I'm gonna risk it. So we did have 2 of those. Then I think it's gonna let me do polymerization with these 2 to make a 2-headed dragon. Interesting. See how much work you have to do just to get like a 2800 monster in these old cards. And yeah, I don't know if there's anything else to really talk about. I haven't really thought about what the next game I'm gonna play is, but it probably needs to be away from puzzle games. I've done quite a few. I need to schedule things and all of that. Try and get ahead. And yeah, target a monster in the graveyard. Do we have a monster in the graveyard that would even be worth bringing back for 800? Not at the moment, because I can't attack anyways. Just wait. Swords of Revealing Light being an actual playable card really highlights just how slow these original card game decks were, in that it's totally acceptable and viable to have 3 turns taken out of the whole game. And yeah, back in the day, there really wasn't a counter that you would just always have for Swords of Revealing Light. I wouldn't be surprised if a significant number of these face down cards are just spell cards. Just useless spell cards. Take this. Let's see what that does. We'll activate this now. And we'll probably be pulling out this. I assume there isn't a three-headed dragon card. I don't think such a thing exists as far as I recall. Alright, so since we started streaming late in the evening today anyways, let's go ahead and start talking about video game news and try for a shorter episode. Which, by the way, I dropped the ball, I guess, and I deserve to take blame for this, in that I'm pretty sure the clips did work last stream. I didn't check, and I didn't act on it. So, as soon as I started streaming today, that would have overwritten the clips. Probably would make some sense to change how that names the file, so that I could do it potentially in batches if necessary. Yeah, that is definitely a tweak I should make. Otherwise it is just going to overwrite the file over and over again. Of course, me being obsessed about the clips is kind of pointless, so we have to continuously point that out. That being said, whatever little burst of views I was getting does seem like I've managed to lose that burst. The algorithm is crazy, to say the least, but also I probably did just lose some viewership. Some of that I do get. Like when I listen back to my pre-recorded footage and stuff, and just the way my voice sounds and stuff, it's like, yeah, it isn't your standard YouTube super high energy stuff that you would see on most YouTubers. It is this kind of lower, I would say maybe nasally, maybe whining might be ways to describe the sound. It's not my intention to sound that way, and it's not like I'm putting on a different voice. Yeah. Inherently, if I could afford it, I would replace my voice with some other voice actor, some female person on camera, and get significantly more views just by doing that. That's certainly the VTuber idea, which noticeably the VTuber concept has not evolved in any way that you could. Man, this is slow. It hasn't evolved to make realistic, like Western style animated VTubers, as far as I can see. It's not doing like a Max Headroom character. It's all still very much 2D, colorful, usually anime art style characters. And I don't think the VTuber element there has really had a way of drastically changing the voice. I do know that technology is coming, and to a certain level it's definitely going to be scary when you can speak in one voice and then have a completely different person's voice say those words. But yeah, that definitely would be what I would want to do. Because swap out the voice. Which, maybe that's just me personally not liking the sound of my own voice, and everybody doesn't like the sound of their own voice. But yeah. Also wouldn't really affect what I'm saying in any way. And honestly, no matter what I change, it's only going to manipulate the algorithm so much. and the YouTube algorithm and the vast amount of competition is still a big problem. One of the things I did as a side note is I was trying to figure out when did Bitcoin first peak. So not because I do anything with Bitcoin. I definitely had computers back when Bitcoin would have first come out. It just wasn't something I was aware of. Had somebody talked me into making Bitcoin and mining Bitcoin, I probably would have been... Let's look at these cards first a little bit. I probably could have mined quite a few and then spent it. That's generally the story that everybody did. And certainly when they were worth pennies or dollars and you were just buying pizzas with Bitcoin in the early years, people regret that now, where one Bitcoin can, I think, peaked around $60,000 for one Bitcoin, and you definitely could have mined 50 to 100 of them in the early days. And now Bitcoin is in an exchange traded fund, and they're saying something called the halvening is going to happen, which is going to make it twice as difficult to mine any new Bitcoins, which I imagine speculation on that might raise the price. So it probably is close to time to sell. I'm not giving any financial advice, I don't know any, but if I had some. Unfortunately, I didn't ever even hear about it. But I definitely had computers. In fact, I had computers that were doing those types of things, even. I was doing the search for extraterrestrial life SETI at home, is what it was called. Let's just do that one. But yeah. But the only reason I was looking at it was just for the theoretical idea of, hey, maybe I should know the exact date. It was prompted by a Reddit question as far as if you could talk to yourself in the past for 1 minute, what would you say? And almost certainly the thing I would say is mine Bitcoin, sell on whatever the date is, like sell at 60,000 per Bitcoin. Tell no one type sentence. But yeah, my younger version of myself almost certainly would shoot his mouth off about mining Bitcoin and talking about it, and almost certainly would tell somebody who would then try and weasel their way into getting a cut. And yeah, if I could mine a bunch of Bitcoin and become a millionaire, that'd be great. Everybody would love that, but then more money, more problems is a saying for a reason too. Inherently, and this is something that I think is a little bit shocking to me, there is a pussy dragon, I guess. How do we activate this? Just summon this? There we go. Oh man, I should have declared machine type and tossed that. That was dumb. I could have then used this to bring this to the field as a 2800. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here, and I'm not talking about video game news anyway, so I'm still trying to just warm up from having woke up late. What I've found shocking is that even if I had secretly contacted myself in the past and told myself to mine Bitcoin and had a secret stash of money, there's just a lot of outward pressure from society in the United States to work a job or in some way prove that you're a legitimate earner of some sort. Anyways, so even if I was just completely wealthy and could retire and live the life of luxury, there's just going to be a lot of people that are going to look down on that. Like, one of the favorite pastimes of the vast majority of poor people in the United States, which is the vast majority of people in the United States, is to hate on rich people, while also fantasizing about being one of those rich people. So I imagine that is in part why you see so many rich people working so many jobs and working so hard. There are almost certainly a lot of more secretive rich people. But yeah, when you see like Paris Hilton is a great example of that, where there is some pressure around Paris Hilton to have some kind of cosmetic lines or clothing lines, that she actually bothered to do any of that and look like she is being productive when she inherently could have just been living the life of luxury. Even being on TV and being a celebrity is in some way working. It's also very egotistical to try to be a celebrity, but that's true for all celebrities. So yeah, even if I was a secret millionaire, there would be some need to, at the very least, make a fake company, make a fake job, use it as an excuse. Inherently, even if it's not social pressure that you're getting from other people in the United States to work a job, you'll then get social pressure for people to take up your time. And so just to protect your time, if you magically became rich, or if you should probably pretend like you're still working some job somewhere, so you're too busy. There's also a fairly difficult process to break yourself out of the habit of working to retire, and most people who retire, if they can work less hours, will still take up a hobby and do some kind of labor's work. People don't just want to sit around and watch TV all day. That's or play video games all day, like alone. A lot of people don't. Not getting anywhere here with this deck. So, to talk about this first story, I've been looking at nearly every single game that's come out on Steam, except for adult games lately. for a long time now. It's been at least a year, and I have seen a lot of name confusion games where somebody will make a game called Hell Divers, and then somebody else will make a game called Hell Drivers, just hoping that, I guess, some friends or family member is going to buy a game on Steam for somebody and just mishear the name or be confused or just even think that it's some kind of parody spin-off game. But I have never seen a successful move to make it to the store of somebody just straight up stealing the screenshots and the name and everything from another game. And yet there is this story that came out from Reddit. Here's Video Game Chronicles reporting on it. I saw it from Reddit first, so I'm definitely thinking it was on Reddit first. Although maybe that's my own personal bias, and maybe it really was from more of a mainstream video game journalist first. There have been 2 indie Steam games that were disguised as Helldivers 2 to scam players. There were briefly 3 apparently, which tells me something has gone wrong at Valve. Somebody should be looking at the listings and the updates of games. Perhaps this is a case where these were already published indie games that changed everything in just blatant copyright infringement. Now you look here at like Helldivers 2, and the only thing that might throw you off is that there are only 13 reviews and it was published November 4th, 2023. Otherwise, they've changed the developer and the publisher label, which seems like you shouldn't be allowed to do that. There's been a lot of shenanigans as far as people claiming to be a publisher or when they really weren't, or just naming it. Some of the tags may have not been changed. Here you have 2D platformer, precision platformer, side scroller. None of those tags line up for Helldivers, but the name with a trademark, which they literally are committing fraud at this point with you claiming a trademark on something that they knowingly know somebody else already has a trademark for. But yeah, somebody really dropped the ball there, and Valve definitely needs to step in and address this and actually make a statement. I know Valve wants to be very silent on all of this, but if all of a sudden you stay silent on this, then it highlights that Steam is not as stable as people would have once thought, and that it is open business for scammers to just put games or try to put games on the Steam storefront that are fraudulent and deceptive. Yes, there's a flagging process. I'm sure people did flag it, but it never should have gotten that way. It doesn't take more than a minute. Let's just be realistic here. It would not take more than a minute for all updates that would change the title of the name or the descriptions or anything to be run against all the existing games titles in the database of Steam, and similarity matches should pop up, and then there should be somebody on the other end that's looking to approve updates. Like, even major publishers, real publishers like Sony and Microsoft, Ubisoft, none of them should have direct access to updating a page on Steam. It's just not necessary. It should always go they submit updates. The updates are verified by a human looking at the updates, running comparison matches to what already exists in the game. Generally just looking at what the original version of the page would have looked like versus what the new version of the page would look like. Like, honestly, it's probably too much work and not really necessary to run a similarity match. Now, a similarity match would help for games that are just exactly the same. It would definitely catch things like I commissioned some bees, number 1, 2, 3, 4 through a dozen. But even that would easily be caught if they just if they just looked at what that same person had published previously. Yeah. So you could very easily imagine that somebody submits a Steam page and then there would just be a in parallel report that was brought up for a reviewer that says, alright, is this an update to a Steam page? Here's what the previous version of the Steam page looked like. Here's what the update they want to submit looks like. And then here's a list of titles of games that this publisher has published before. And all of those, just having 3 columns there and just comparing that information would really be a minute, maybe 2 minute check just to say, hey, this publisher is doing something fishy, this deserves further review, let me kick this up to a supervisor who would look into it further. But yeah, if Valve just stays silent on this, this is going to be a tacit admission that Valve has boiled down to not even caring about the integrity of their storefront, and that's going to be a problem. Here we have Giant Germ. That's a card I would have played in previous versions of Yu-Gi-Oh! Quite a bit, back when you had only 4,000 life points, which noticeably, we aren't playing old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Here because we still have 8,000 life points. Let's see. Steam Deck update, which, yes, we are happy that Valve invented the Steam Deck, or I am happy that Valve invented the Steam Deck, and I'm glad that they're still updating it. But yeah, it does definitely feel like with the updates in the Steam Deck, they still have to maintain their support for at least Steam as a storefront. They can abandon the HTC Vive and VR for all I care, and I think for all most people would care. But here Steam Deck is highlighting the top played games on Steam Deck in March. Power World being really high. Persona 3 Reload makes a great amount of sense to play those long running games on portable, particularly an older game. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is kind of surprising. Stardew Valley getting its most latest update. GTA 5 and Diablo are kind of questionable as to why you'd play that there. Persona 5 Royale, I imagine getting bumped from Persona 3 Reload, and this Balatro really being an Outbreak hint, or an Outbreak success, might slight concern though is the system may just consume all success, and so we may see Bellatro be the company that made Bellatro just be acquired by somebody, and then what feels like an indie game company would just be eaten up and part of the problem, which you really do have to describe the big publishers and developers now as a problem, in that there's just not a sustainable way to do business, I would say, at the likes of Microsoft, as in the way that they're doing business. The constant need to appease the bloodthirsty shareholders, and the constant need to lay off people to increase profits is definitely not going to work in the long run. It's just not sustainable. Kind of want to stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh at this point at 45 minutes in, but yeah, I kind of need to also get some victories here. This is so slow. This Hyperdimension Neptunia Rebirth trilogy for Switch is going to be coming to the West in 2024, but noticeably has no plans to come to the no plans for PS4 versions. Now, is this the same announcement before? I think it might be. Now, notably, I would think that there are PS4 versions in Japan, but I think they're also trying to be somewhat more cautious. Idea Factory is in the Western releases, because the Neptunia characters are the moe anime girls, as you can see, and in their VR forms and their magical forms, they have the leotard skin dye showing element, and there's almost certainly some level of self-censorship that they're trying to apply here. It may also be really sales numbers. It is also very believable that these versions wouldn't sell particularly well in the West. Yeah, go ahead and let him destroy that. I do think there is a niche following for the hyperdimensional, or the Neptunia series in general, but that niche following is only so much. Here's a great example of an old card that actually would have been very useful back in the day at 1850, and it really highlights where 4-star normal monsters eventually, after a few years, all were starting at 1900 damage if they were normal monsters, and eventually most normal monsters were getting replaced with effect monsters, and eventually it evolved to 4-star effect monsters starting with 1900 damage, and power creep certainly happened. It almost feels like there should be a system built in day one around card games to counter power creep in some way, make older cards more powerful and still playable, but then you can't sell the new cards, so you really can only do that in a digital form. And that's something I would have thought would have been really nice about Marvel Snap, is that you would have had these kind of RPG elements. We don't have any yellow cards. And I don't, do we? So we have no way of defeating this. A company here called Radical Forge, which is an alternative studio making games. They were apparently making Southfield game. Have also announced that they are doing layoffs, although, yeah, so layoffs still are continuing, but they do seem like they might be spreading more and more to even smaller companies, which is definitely more excusable, I think, for a small company to lay off 1 or 2 people than it, and for people to really relate to those struggles, those companies actually struggling, than say Microsoft laying off hundreds of people just to raise their sales earnings potential by 1%. At least it feels more excusable. Although inherently, this is how a society creates and maintains job insecurity. Is they promote small independent companies that then allow small independent companies to do all kinds of exploitative things to the labor market. This card does not gain any other spell counters after that first spell counter. Of course, then you have the real problem, certainly too, of if it feels more permissible that a small company can exploit its labor and do more layoffs, and nobody's going to really complain about it because it's all being done in small slices around the world. If there were a million GameStops that were owned by different people under different names, you couldn't get that big news article of GameStop shutting down hundreds of stores, laying off thousands of employees. And big business certainly has gotten into that too, in the idea of franchisees and franchises, where a big corporate company may own like McDonald's, may own the name and get a ton of profit, but they can take none of the responsibility and just blame the franchise owners for any kind of wage theft or exploitation that the franchise owners are doing. And there are some moves happening where lawsuits are now being allowed to happen, where you can sue the parent company of McDonald's if a franchise owner of McDonald's say steals wages from employees habitually, calling them secondary employers or something like that, joint employers, some term like that. Which, yeah, inherently the big businesses' moves are to maximize profits and shirk responsibilities as much as possible. Recent story, like one of the CEO or somebody at ExxonMobil blaming people for buying gas and it being their fault. Why ExxonMobil has contributed heavily to polluting the planet. Yeah. Let's see. This is probably the right deck to play. This one seems more reasonable, more doable, giving you a little bit more options. Moving on with news. GTA 6's developers hit out at Rockstar's reckless return to office mandate. Employees are worried the move may be paving the way for a return to toxic crunch practices. Almost certainly that the two will happen. I'm not sure it's 100% connected. But yeah. We finally are getting to a point in society where it is reasonable in most jobs to work from home. Whereas before the internet, that it really wouldn't have been possible. Like, you could not have had a secretary working from home and then dialing in over a modem or fax. Some of that could certainly have happened, but in many jobs that wouldn't have made sense. Whereas it does make sense now. And society is supposed to get better for everybody, theoretically. So, with that thought, work from home really should be embraced and forced, and really it is just going to be forced onto the likes of the likes of laws. Yeah. Steal my card and I'll steal it right back, I guess. So we have a 5-star monster, but I don't think any of the 5-star ones. I might bring out Relinquished. But yeah. I guess I'm probably not going to have a lot of opinions today. I'm just too out of it, too sleepy. So I'll just say I do suspect that they're going to try and bring back crunch culture. GTA and the way they just do business at Rockstar is just built around those ideas. But I'm not 100% sold on the idea that the return to office is exclusively to pave the way to crunch culture. I feel like there is a work from home concept where you could still have crunch culture regardless. In fact, if anything, there's more crunch culture you could influence from work from home, because you could just say, you guys are now on salary, you're working from home, we expect you to turn in 80 hours a week worth of work. And potentially we have tracking software on the computers that will monitor how much you're actually working. So you can easily encourage crunch culture without work from home. Work being taken away. Work from home is really more just maintaining management and middle management structures, which noticeably the layoffs that are happening, nobody is saying we're laying off people but they're all middle managers because of work from home. People would swallow that pill a lot easier if they made that claim, even if it is just a completely false claim. Let's see. Well, we can't really summon anything. So unless I wanted to move to a 6 to then bring out a 6 card. Say relinquished actually is a 1. So I need a 1-star card if I was going to use Metamorphosis. Yoshimi Yasuda once again posting about the Lollipop Chainsaw remake. In particular, he's saying that the San Romero High School, where Juliet is active, has also been renovated while maintaining the flavor of the original version. Weird spacing issue here in however he translates this, but yeah. The school, in the last screenshot I saw, it definitely felt like the textures in the walls were improved, which almost certainly was necessary. I kind of would like a side-by-side comparison. Like, here was the last screenshot, and yeah, definitely the textures and the trees and everything in the background feels better looking, perhaps maybe a little more realistic, but probably not to any kind of problematic level where the background stands out too much from the kind of colorful, more brightly lit, comic booky, cartoony style of Juliet as a character. I think this image showing off the lighting also still blends her in fairly well. She still definitely stands out though, with the pinks and blues and the pale white skin. But yeah, there's definitely some improvement or highlighting there. Now, as I recall though, San Romero High School, as far as levels, it's where the game starts, and you spend 3 to maybe 5 levels in it, but then I would say that is kind of it. The game in the back half, when you get outside of the high school, is, I think, a lot more interesting. It goes into a lot of different places and is more varied. You really aren't dealing with the boss fight mechanics as much. Yeah, and you're not going to ritual or XYZ summon or pendulum summon or link summon anything if you're playing that event. So I imagine what we should do is we should just play some ranked and get the daily quest done. Yep. Season 27. And still don't really have any time to change Zodiac Tri-Brigade or try and build a new meta deck. Don't have any extra cards that I know of that I'd want to add, and definitely don't have enough gems that I've earned free to play to try and buy a bunch of new cards, even if I knew what kind of cards I was looking for. I definitely feel like that's a problem with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that with every new season, every new month, there should be a #1 package or #1 deck as far as booster packs goes that you should be encouraged to open, saying this is the newest booster pack, thus this would be the newest cards that people are playing. And I have no idea which one that would be. Like, I know what's being highlighted, but there are 2 packs being highlighted, so are there 2 booster packs? Because that's too many to focus on. Yeah. You run into the same problem with when you go to like Magic the Gathering or Pokemon cards on the shelf at a store, you'll see 2 or 3 expansions on the shelf, and unless you've done some pre-research, you probably aren't going to know which one of those expansions is the newest one. Plus, then you also have the real danger of there being booster pack expansions that are just not really playable and don't have good cards in them. I definitely will take as many quick victories and surrenders as possible. One of the things I would also say about like Juliet being at San Romero High School, and her name is Juliet, and it's Romeo and Juliet basically references, is that there really isn't a lot of other characters even in zombie forms at the high school that I recall. So there really just doesn't feel like there's a lot of interaction of other people. Whereas if you were to think of much more recent animes like High School of the Dead, there's a whole collection of different archetypes of characters that are surviving inside the high school, full of zombies. If they were going to remake the game, I would want to see like more named characters, more characters that maybe you try and save that while you're in high school, and that might just be the first half of the game. The first act of the game is that you're trying to save as many people as possible, more like some of the other zombie games. But it probably would make more sense to just evolve her in a sequel. She was turning 18 at high school in the sequel, have her be in college, then you can have a big college campus with rooms and buildings that are kind of separated. That way you can have like big chunks of zombies outside each of the different sections of a college campus. It would make a lot of sense to make a sequel, make her 19 or 20, a little bit older. That solves some complaints. Make her 21, frankly. Then you have potential alcohol ingestion issues, if not being an issue, even though she doesn't drink alcohol at all in the game. But yeah, 21's a good age to make a sequel. Setting it in a college makes a lot of sense too. And then having a zombie outbreak happen a second time would make a lot of sense. Otherwise, what you're going to do if you were to make a sequel to Lollipop Chainsaw would be to have her just be a career zombie killer and have her just wandering around the world very much in the similar way of like Bayonetta, and then you have this very similar to Bayonetta game, but would pale in comparison in its gameplay style to Bayonetta. And so I don't think it quite works or has the same feeling if she is outside of the cheerleading outfit or wearing a cheerleading outfit for no good reason, and she's just battle hardened as a zombie killer. Yeah, almost certainly it makes sense that if you were going to make a sequel, which is what they really want to do, you would say, well, the zombie outbreak happened in the first game, but it only affected a small area, and then it stopped happening, and she went back to a normal life, just trying to live a normal life, and then a new zombie outbreak would happen, starting it all over again. It is also weird, certainly for Yasuda here, to really have to spend so much time talking about Lollipop Chainsaw, and I hope he's getting paid for being this spokesman here when he's not really, I think, involved last I recall. But yeah, you can definitely see that the fandom is still very high. There's a lot of fan art, and I imagine there's probably a fandom here that has been around for ever since the original game. Now, I hate to talk about this next story. Dan is the guy. This is the first name of the guy who runs Censored Gaming, and he has in the past, on his personal Twitter and YouTube, been talking about just health and financial struggles that he's been having. And it definitely, from the story he is telling, comes off as he's had a really large amount of bad luck. But unfortunately, it's just so public, and it's just so much so fast. When he was talking about that, let's say 4 or 5 months ago, that it also kind of felt like it might just be sob stories. But I have been able to sing his praises in more recent months, in the last 4 months or so, in that the sob stories seem like they had died down. Seems like maybe he had made some changes in his life, or at least gotten on the path of making changes in his life. But it's back to sob stories at this point. And he admits some of this too, but he's putting it on the Censored Gaming Twitter page, which really, I think at this point, you can't do this. You're just diluting your own brand, and you're going to lose the audience for like, and somebody really just needs to hire Dan clearly and help him. And I wonder if this isn't really just a kind of story that happens a lot more. I believe he lives in the UK. But yeah, his most recent post, not video game related at all, is I've had to try to keep it hidden over the past month and continue with the Censored Gaming's work as normal. Which, one of my other criticisms around Censored Gaming is that he has done these large bursts of content updates when he should probably be spacing it out more. And if he had a few more articles that he was just waiting to publish, then you could use that as filler. But now he says he's been suffering from very severe chest infection caused by mold in the Airbnb room, which last part of the story I'd heard is that there was some very nice lady, as he described it, letting him to live cheaply in a room, and I don't know if it is this Airbnb room or not, but now he's currently homeless, following all the hardships he went through. Let's see. Let's see. And it continues on. He's doing his best to get back on his feet, striving to maintain a high level of consistency. I was not aware the Airbnb room was so heavily infested with mold. Since then I've discovered it everywhere, including even the pillows and under the mattress. I attached a video I've taken, only shows some of it. He also kept a sizable amount of his belongings in a wardrobe, and which now have been infected with mold. Yeah, mold is a real problem, certainly. So now he's back to looking for a new place to stay. There is seemingly not going to be a sales pitch here to donate to him. No, there is a PayPal. sales pitch here. We'll look at the video. I have no idea what Dan even looks like though, so for all I know this could just be a random video. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of white stains, which I'd assume is mold. Yeah, that definitely looks like mold. Although, how does that just spring up overnight? Really? Yeah, well, we probably don't need to do a full 3 minute and 45 seconds. Yeah, white spots look like maybe that's mold. If anything, I think this is probably a great example of how dangerous things like Airbnbs could be to your health without you really recognizing it. There could be gas leaks, there could be mold, there could be asbestos dust just floating around in the air. It's not really dangerous to have asbestos in the walls or in the ceiling or something like that, as long as you're not creating dust. But if you have an Airbnb and the dust is floating around, yes, that's incredibly but yeah, here you can see Airbnb is reaching out for him privately. Like, inherently, Dan needs somebody, I think, to take care of him. I think there's probably some mental on top of physical issues that limit his level of success. I think that in the UK in particular there's probably a lot less opportunity, and censored gaming needs to probably be separated completely from Dan as an entity. Like, it should be some Twitter channel, YouTube channel that is owned by a bigger company that is then paying Dan out of the kindness of their heart a salary to be an editor, if not the main editor. Censored gaming probably could be a lot bigger too. So yeah, if I secretly had $1 million, I probably would try to hire Dan and just say, you know what, I'm gonna pay you, and I'm gonna keep you employed and keep you working because I like your work. And I like the censored gaming branding and logo, and I do think it is something that deserves to exist. But it definitely would probably be a passion project too, because most corporations are not going to promote an anti-censorship agenda for fear of the everybody else who often do promote censorship in one form or another. GameDeveloper.com is probably a great example of that. If, by all rights, GameDeveloper.com should be supporting developers, and game developers in general should be anti-censorship. So if GameDeveloper.com, with their pro-worker focus, just bought out censored gaming and hired Dan, that would be very nice. But then you look at like DF Retro, and it's like only 4 people, at least on camera, that work there. And even Giant Bomb, which had a lot of people, really only had like 7 people on staff. And so it's pretty impossible to hire even one person that isn't just going to be turned around and laid off fairly quickly, as none of these services, Giant Bomb or GameDeveloper.com, make quite enough ad revenue. I should probably save one of those guys. But yeah, definitely pretty jarring when on the February 17th you're talking about how they censored in the Tomb Raider remasters the back of this guy's jacket, so this lady now has a bikini. In fairness, I would think it would be fairly strange, perhaps not criminal, to be in the real world wearing a jacket with a topless lady, but almost certainly there are clothes like that. Like there almost certainly are clothes that you can buy that would have some level of nudity, and I think a freedom of speech and a freedom of expression would probably trump any indecency laws if it was taken to a Supreme Court level. But yeah, I could definitely see it being completely inappropriate to say have a jacket with a topless girl on it, and then you're walking past a school and kindergarten kids are saying topless ladies. Although in Europe that would be considered perfectly fine. In Japan that would be considered fairly fine. There would be definitely arguments of intent there. But yeah. So I can almost see, just on the grounds of thinking what would be decent, to censor it, but what you're really making an argument for there, in this case of the jacket being censored, is that the original game was tasteless and indecent, or this character was being depicted as being tasteless and indecent, and so now you've changed the artistic intent of informing the player what kind of character this might be. And so really it probably should just be a conversation, adding new context to the past, saying, yeah, this is a instance where a character is being depicted as tasteless, and even possibly being glorified as in a tasteless manner, as far as tasteless actions. Let's see. Guess we'll toss this so we can destroy this and this. And I suppose it's also important in this story, talking about an old story here, to not overlap what would be the case in the real world, where if somebody had an actual picture printed on the back of their shirt of a topless lady and a 8-bit pixel thing, like, you really have only about 6 pixels per boob here that you're covering up. So you could get like 1 pixel as a nipple, and that's all you're showing there. It's not really that indecent and easily overlooked. If we get down to the point where we have to pixelate like stickmen because the stick woman has a single dot as a nipple, we really have just gone to a ridiculous level. And certainly the obsession of censorship, particularly around nudity and sexuality in the United States, only just exotifies the female breast and the female form mostly, and the male form to a smaller extent, when like human bodies are extremely commonplace and normal. So yeah. But yeah, we definitely have some weirdness here where you're talking February 17th and then March 1st. You just get this theme breaking post of more troubles for Dan. Meanwhile, there was also this February 16th post and February 13th post and February 11th post. He could have definitely separated some of these out more, saved some of them, particularly if since he has been homeless in the past, and well, I'm sure he didn't assume or want to believe that he'd be homeless again. It seems like it is happening to him multiple times. A lot of this, I think, stems from the fact that he has no family support at all, according to his own claims. But he also seems to have no friend support. Of course, also I can't really throw too much shade on Dan and Censored Gaming, since at any point something terrible could happen to me or anyone else, and I potentially would try the exact same thing. Although, in my case, I probably wouldn't even bother trying, because if nobody is supporting me on Patreon now, I doubt anybody would support me. I just don't have enough viewers and followers to even begin to believe it would make any difference. And I think that is a problem, in particular with like GoFundMe campaigns and things like that, is that they probably help a select few by a small amount of money. I don't think anybody's life is getting changed on a regular basis because of GoFundMes or PayPals for people who are in need. You do occasionally get the happy story of like Reddit highlighting one person, and that one person getting decent amounts of money, but often never game-changing, life-changing amounts of money. 20,000, 30,000 at most. Not really enough to even buy a house. So I guess that might also be a way of saying that if I do ever just disappear from YouTube, something probably has happened, probably negative has happened, so just assume that that's the case. Although there's a high chance if I disappear from YouTube, it's just YouTube has finally decided to once again destroy my YouTube channel and delete it. But yeah, I think I would just go silent. And I definitely do think that you can have like one terrible thing happen to you, but once you start to have a whole chain of them happen to you, it gets exhausting, regardless of whether these horrible things really are happening to you and it's not really your fault. People definitely are always looking to blame people, blame the victims. Even when it almost always is the case that yes, it is in part everybody's own fault that they're in the situation they're in part, but only kind of small part. There's a lot of circumstances out of your control and a lot of opportunities not available to most people. But yeah, the compassion and charity and caring about people, the first step to doing that, and I don't think people get this, is that you have to kind of accept that the people in need are either mentally or physically limited, disabled, and yes, a lot of it is going to be their fault, and you're going to have to overlook those faults and know they're not just going to do everything you tell them to do, and that's not what charity is about. It's not trying to train or force people to live their life the way you think they should be living, as if any one person is actually living their own life perfectly. Charity is about going, you know what, I think this can help, and so I'm gonna help, and I'm gonna overlook all the negative thoughts and processes and all the selfish thoughts and processes that are natural to the human condition. That's perhaps the one thing that will in the future define humanity, is its ability to self-sacrifice and be compassionate and not work towards their own immediate own good. Although in fairness, we definitely have seen that kind of compassion prevalent in many other species too. But certainly computer programs would not do that. They would almost certainly be programmed for just a total Darwinistic mentality to say that the homeless should just starve to death, and then the rich people should thrive and have more children. Moving on. This is the first time I've seen this. We have this person that was retweeted, Graham McNeil, who is an LA-based, Scottish award-winning, New York best-selling novelist. That doesn't really mean anything, New York Times best-selling anything, because everybody just buys 1,000 copies of their own book, their publishers do, to get them on the best-selling list for a week. Let's see. He is a writer for Warhammer, but he has been laid off, and let's see if I can find this tweet. I don't see it. But yeah, he's been laid off, and he is directly promoting himself on Twitter. To, yeah, look for employment. I don't actually see this tweet now. Sorry about that, but it is an interesting thought. There really isn't a great system to like actually self-promote yourself if you're just trying to be an employee somewhere, which the vast majority of people really only have the capability of really just being an employee. They can't afford to run their own business or be an independent contractor in the truest sense of what an independent contractor is supposed to be. Yes, you have ZipRecruiter and LinkedIn and all of that. I noticed on Bar Rescue, well, two things. They changed the image on Dish, the icon of Bar Rescue, to an awful picture of John Taffer, the main guy on Bar Rescue, having 6 arms like an insect, and in each arm he's holding things, like one's a basketball and one's a piece of pizza, one's a beer, so I guess that kind of makes sense. But yeah, it just, it has this weird, I want to say Vishnu or Hindu goddess with 6 arms appearance to it. They've also stretched his face and squished him to make him look way too skinny. So his face and head looks weird. And it has an odd orangish red background. Just a terrible, terrible icon. When the original Bar Rescue logo would be so much better. But yeah. What was the other thing that I was going to mention? I noticed on the most recent Bar Rescue I watched, he was promoting, almost certainly, paid sponsorships, ZipRecruiter, as a way of hiring and getting more staff for bars. Which, you know, it would be interesting. Probably it's not going to happen on Twitter, because I doubt Twitter is going to all of a sudden become super popular. In the same way that like Facebook is trying to introduce dating as a thing. I doubt Twitter could introduce any kind of things that people would embrace to get employment. And inherently, there is this weirdness where if you're in a certain area and you're likely going to work a job in that area, going to an office in that area, promoting yourself via Twitter is going to be fairly wasteful. If you, I suppose, can be a remote worker, as a writer can, they're in a unique spot. But it probably would be nice if we saw more of that happen. I gotta make this the last game I play. We're doing good, moving up the ranks, but it took too long. But yeah, I think I probably would like to see game writers, voice actors, characters like that. I don't really follow a lot of game writers or voice actors. I'm not sure I follow any of them. So it may very well be my own blind spot here, and it may be that voice actors and writers have been self-promoting themselves on Twitter for since the beginning. There is something to be said about having a professional like LinkedIn profile that would be on the same website as a personal website like Facebook, but very separate, so that you would get those notifications and messages. And certainly it doesn't really make a lot of sense unless you're actively looking for a job to go to LinkedIn and read articles and have conversations on LinkedIn, which is what LinkedIn has tried to promote. And Microsoft owns LinkedIn at this point, so if Microsoft did make a social media site, it would be interesting. Microsoft could potentially make a Facebook competitor. They should have done it years ago if they were going to try, where you have your gamer friends profile connected to a professional family, a more professional family profile connected to a personal dating profile connected to a professional working profile, so that there would just be 4 different areas as far as friends, family, dating, and working, and all of those would be kept very much isolated from each other, but all on one page, all in one feed. And yeah, I could see a kid's version of that having like a school profile, which would replace your professional working profile. And then almost certainly you want weighted responses there. You probably want very few posts from your working profile compared to friends and family. Honestly, if anybody just made a social media account that got rid of the idea of a feed and just was chronological, I think most people would love that. I don't know if Mastodon or Blue Sky, as the things that potentially would be new, have something like that, I might very well be describing something like how Google Circles worked. Unfortunately, Google killed Google Circles before anybody could really get on it and be super active. Other than people who jumped into it very early. Okay, so apparently the Horizon co-op game reportedly is still in production following Sony layoffs. But these layoffs and reevaluation by Sony Interactive Entertainment definitely makes it feel like we may just be at this weird spot where Sony is not going to try that hard to make video games or AAA games, and that they're just going to try and coast on third-party sellers making games for the PlayStation 5 and selling the PlayStation 5 hardware, which there might very well be an argument that at this point hardware and PS5s and Xbox Series X's are actually being sold at either a break-even point or even a profit. Now, this does potentially do one thing with Sony potentially slowing down on first-party titles, which maybe they aren't. Maybe their first-party and second-party titles, their exclusives, are just going to come from other companies. Maybe Sony has pivoted to saying, well, we have a bunch of companies that have made some stinkers lately. Let's not just double down on those companies and instead focus on some other companies to make different types of games. Which a system like that might work in the long run, is if you just had a whole bunch of second party developers all making games for the PS5, and then sometimes you put a lot of publishing and advertisement around one game from one company, then you cycle it to another game for another company, and you just kind of have an on-off period in which somebody makes a game that's pretty decent like Horizon Zero Dawn, and then you just have that company take a little bit longer to make a sequel, or you have a different company make the sequel. That might very well be what we start to see with like 2K, if 2K perhaps was one of the people that might buy Gearbox from Embracer Group. I could see them having Gearbox every now and then make a Borderlands game, but then also handing over the Borderlands IP to other second party developers. But if there is just a generic slowdown in production from Sony, that gives Microsoft an excuse to have a generic slowdown, and just cooling your heels in the game industry between Microsoft and Sony would be probably a great thing to happen. It would suck for a year or two, but the opposite thing sucks too, where you just are getting terrible games shoveled out and nobody likes them, which is what we had basically last year, and so far we really have still seen that this year. So if we just had a dead year where there's very few major AAA games coming from Sony and Microsoft, and then that lets them kind of slow things down, it makes them not have to compete as much. It's odd to make an argument against competition, but competition literally in the game industry has just led to budgets being overblown and prices of games going up more to pay for the budgets being overblown. Yeah, competition in this case is provably shown it has not reduced the price of AAA games exclusively. Competition has probably reduced the price significantly for small indie games on Steam, but there's a wide difference in the amount of competition on Steam versus the amount of games playable on the Xboxes and PlayStations. But yeah, everybody just kind of needs to slow play it for maybe even 4 or 5 years. Just not try to make games look much better than they can, not try to make new hardware to handle games looking better, and just maintain the current status and quality of games while optimizing your programming so it doesn't cost as much to program games, and optimizing your hardware so it doesn't cost as much to buy and build consoles. Let's see, there's this Women's Day sale. I don't know if this is a Steam thing. Okay. March 1st is Women's Day. I saw one person on Twitter mention it, one video game company. In fairness, video game companies do seem like they have just slowed down completely on mentioning these annualized celebratory things. Black History Month was mentioned by 3 or 4 people on Twitter, often not even on the first day of the month. And there really wasn't any information or anything posted that way. Now, weirdly, as somebody who doesn't watch like local news or local TV, I did hear that the local news and local TV were doing something. ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, one of those channels in particular, that every day they would post something. And certainly I could see that local news often not having much to say. It would make a lot of sense to have a special article or presentation to just kill time. But on Twitter, as far as video game companies, they really don't have that much to say. And you're going to run into that same problem as far as women in gaming, is that you can try and promote what is happening now, but there isn't a lot of history there. There is some history, but it's going to be the same stories you tell over and over again. So I don't think you could legitimately have a good woman-led business highlighted, or women majorly contributing to game development being highlighted for the entire month of March, if it was a month. Apparently that's for an entire day you could put out things like this. Steam definitely has changed in that these third-party events now seem to just be open to anybody. So you have this Wings, which Wings funds indie games by women and gender diverse teams. Wings is also organizes an annual Women's Day sale on Steam, a celebration of great games created by teams led by women and gender marginalized developers. Which gender marginalized is an interesting phrase. It probably is a good phrase to use instead of trying to label women in general as being minorities, because while they are by percentage perhaps slightly fewer than men, they're really close. Like, there's roughly 20% of people in the United States are of African descent, whereas I would imagine about 48% of people in the United States are female. And will ignore arguments as far as transgendered and transition people, because that's not relevant to this point. But yeah, if it's 52% or 51% of people in the United States identify as male, and then 48% identify as female, that's not really even being marginalized at that point, as far as just the amount that should be represented. But it is definitely a case that women are marginalized in the game industry, because it definitely isn't the case that 48% of all game companies are led by women, have women in the management positions. And definitely in artistic creations you get different stories based on who's in charge, and there are some generic things that will shift your stories from a woman being in charge versus a male being in charge in a lot of cases. Like, there is noticeably so far, scrolling down looking at these games, not any militaristic first-person shooters games. Not anything that's just violence and action being highlighted. Instead, you're getting a lot of more weird games. You're getting a lot of romance visual novel type games, things with stories, things that we really need, because if these perspectives of games are not being told, then people, women in part, in most, are not going to be able to seek out and play these kinds of games, and thus they're not going to want to play games at all. There is definitely a case, and I Am Future is a weird example here. I wouldn't have for a second guessed that this was a woman-led team, which also highlights that you certainly could make a woman-led team can just make a game and it not come off as being pink and flowery and only for girls. Whereas there definitely are some games here that feel like they are mostly being targeted to girls. Button City is another example of something that I wouldn't say is really targeting, or looks like it's a girls only feeling game, which that may be just an old way of thinking. Anyways, on my part, this is a hidden object game being highlighted. But yeah. Darkside Detective, another example of a game that I wouldn't have really thought was woman-led. Or Frog Detective. Of course, there might be some exaggeration happening here too, in that there might be a woman in the management position somewhere, but there might be way more. Cult of the Lamb, interesting. It's important to point out that this isn't to say that a male-led company shouldn't make games targeting women if they can do it well. We're seeing more horror games than you might immediately guess. Slay the Princess being highlighted. Landlord of the Woods. Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of weirdness. And a lot of games here that are coming soon. But yeah, if you look at like the likes of Nintendo games, I don't think there's been any effort at all to make Nintendo games or to have any women at Nintendo. And if anything, you say that's Japanese sexism, and you have to just chalk it up to that, and Japanese culture, in which the women do work, but they're often expected to work either as secretary jobs or as housewives, doing a lot of cleaning and house care and maintenance. There isn't so many games here talking about the woman experience, which is probably for the better. But then you also are noticing not a lot of like realistic games where you are playing as a woman. We have a castle full of cats. Yeah, Skatebird. Yeah. And I would like to see a little bit more success here. I think it is probably a little unfair, but every time I see something successful, I'm shocked that it's made by a woman. And then every time I see something that looks like it's pretty obvious it was made to target women at least, it's not that successful. Regency Solitaire is a game I covered, and very noticeably you could assume that it was made by a woman, since you're playing as a woman character in the whole story. Although it may also be a case where Regency Solitaire is made by a husband and wife team, and so yeah, I don't know if you really would follow that down to the path of assuming that it's a woman-led company when it's just two people. And then you definitely still have some romance and sexuality happening here, and like My Lovely Wife being promoted. We saw a visual novel around lesbian couple. Here's a probably otome visual novel where there's several hunky guys that you're dating. But noticeably, we need to go to the shooters and check this out as far as just a general idea. Now, the problem with a lot of these Steam sales in particular is that they repeat the same things often. Shadow Hand is made from the same people who made Regency Solitaire. I don't think it's quite as good as Regency Solitaire. It has more gameplay mechanics, but it's a little bit too difficult. Haven is probably a great example of here you've got a woman and man romantic couple. So I'm not seeing anything here that's just completely around the idea of rah-rah women to the point of men shouldn't be included in the story, or they should be marginalized in the story. The Letter visual novel. I have a lot of visual novels on my wish list and no time to really play any of them. So let's look at shooters. Here you have Signalis, which looks interesting as more of a 2D artsy thing. What we're looking for mostly is something like this, Sprawl. Something that would be hyper realistic in first person. Some of these are definitely just games that are coming soon. I also wouldn't be surprised if there's just not that much going on. Everybody's got a Survivors game. Beer and Boomerang VR game. But yeah, you can see this is repeating, like Big Gun is here, Big Gun is here. I probably could see some more duplicates if I looked harder. Zombie Admin. Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of zombie games either. Inherently, I think particularly in video games, since video games are always fiction, it is only going to really shift your perspective a little bit by the game being done by a woman, or a woman-led team. It's still mostly going to be fantasy stuff, sci-fi, fantasy, fictional stories. There are just slightly different perspectives and slightly different considerations. You don't end up with a Barbie movie equivalent of video games, which you could make a Barbie movie equivalent of video games, but that shouldn't probably be the default, where every single conversation is about you being a woman. Every single conversation is about your female body, or how you're being treated differently, which women do get treated differently, I'll fully admit that. But yeah, when you're so obsessed about that, it at a certain point just comes off like the opposite. Well, it comes off very similar to what you have like incels or SJWs talking about, where every single conversation always pivots to your baked in perspective and predefined beliefs and reinforces your perspectives and predefined beliefs. Now, noticeably, looking at all of those games, not any major publishers, no major AAA games being highlighted here, and I think that really highlights the problem with mergers and acquisitions in particular, and just these big companies, is that once a company is successful, or once a company is big enough, it seems like any possibility of a woman being in charge goes out the window, or never existed in the first place. But yeah, you do run into issues where, let's see, I'll put this on the wish list. I was just checking out some of these games. Here. You definitely do run into issues where, if you're just obsessed about your life as a woman, or your life as an incel, or your life as a man, it just makes you boring and not interesting as a creative person making supposedly creative output. Round Guard is a ball bouncing game. I think this game probably has a very poor screenshots. Yeah, in action this game is way more interesting than any of the screenshots seem to show. And that probably highlights that there is a decent amount of games on Steam that I have just dismissed or ignored because the screenshots do a very poor job of telling me what happens here. From these screenshots, I would have just thought this was something like Zuma, I think is the name of the game, where you're just going to shoot marbles and they're going to bounce around. It's just going to be a little pachinko type game. But yeah, still really don't have a way of covering visual novels well. I wish that there was a way to cover visual novels, perhaps in just shorter abridged reviews. Saint Maker was one I had a horror visual novel, had my eye on, and haven't done follow list cleanup in a long time, so this is a way of at least moving things to the follow list. There definitely are audiences here. Even in a game like this, which is single player, you don't need an all-time peak to be particularly high. 872 for Signalis here, but the fact that you're 97% positive with 13,537 views, almost certainly that means at least 10 times those number of people actually have bought the game. But Sprawl here is an example of like the only game that looks like a AAA game, first person shooter game, that would have come out of the likes of like Microsoft or Sony. And I think noticeably too, you could point out that none of these games are really getting promoted on consoles. Nintendo's not doing any kind of Women's Day sale as far as I seen articles talking about it. Microsoft's not doing any kind of Women's Day sale. PlayStation's not doing anything. Noticeably, PlayStation and Nintendo are both Japanese companies, so Microsoft really falls under an exclusive criticism in that they are a Western company not promoting women, which culturally, I'd say in the United States, feminism is, or at least Western feminism is more assumed to be the correct move. Is this an early access? No. So I just missed a game. I can see why that one wouldn't have been on my wish list though. The graphics are a little rough. We have a solitaire card game coming out at some point. And this one's on my fall list and it's very popular. It's just a little bit low on reviews and early access for some reason. Here's the romance story. Romance stories in particular are going to come off in different ways, depending on from whose perspective you're writing the story, whether it's from a straight male or a straight female or gay male or a gay female or transgender, whatever else. When you are directly telling a story around dating, it's going to be from different perspectives. This is an interesting game to be highlighted from a woman-led team because noticeably you're seeing cleavage, you're seeing shirtless men, you're seeing in one of the screenshots a woman enjoying her breasts being groped by another woman, or a woman groping another woman, enjoying it. I guess this might be more of a mouth expression of shock. Yeah. On the aspect of romance and activities such as groping, like it often is always, or it almost exclusively is depicted as something you do to somebody else and they perhaps enjoy it a little bit, but often you're the person's being surprised by it with the boob grab, or the receiver is not as enjoying it or engaging in it. And I think that there's probably an inaccuracy there. Like, I think people do like to be touched by people that they are romantically interested in, and it is not depicted that way very often. Very rarely do you have a case in video games that you have much romance shown at all, but for a character to be aggressive and say grab me, touch me, grope me, those types of things, encouraging that activity is often not depicted. See, in this Project Dark is an audio game, so the screenshots here look really rough because of that. So yeah, those some women-led games, interesting, certainly. More people buying those games will fund those companies theoretically to keep them in business, to let them make more games, and we certainly need that perspective, I think, in the game community, just to make up for previous decades of there being nothing like that. There are definitely some games styles that are not really being covered out there. We're not seeing the adventure of Link or Zelda NES game style games there. We're not seeing a lot of Metroidvania games there. We're not seeing a lot of games in general. But also, you don't really see a Leisure Suit Larry parody. You would think that when Leisure Suit Larry has always been able to make so many games, that a parody of that where it was Leisure Dress Sally or something like that, where it's a female character doing the exact same ridiculous things that Leisure Suit Larry is doing, I think that would be even more funny as far as the gimmick around that. You don't see a lot of military first-person shooter bloody games. I don't see things that are heavily violent, and that is probably in part because of just the different perspectives and attitudes of women compared to your average man who has more testosterone and more aggression. Weirdly, didn't see any animal raising games or horse riding games. I think that has been a big problem, certainly, is nobody really wants the horse riding games and the Barbie games except for very little girls, and they just don't sell, and they aren't what women working in the video game industry really want to make. No dress up games, things like that. And Turnabout would certainly be fair play to see women-led companies make games for little boys that are like, I guess the opposite of whatever chauvinistic would be, where you're making little boys play in the mud and collect bugs, games like that, things that would be unrealistic, really. And notably, you don't get any major beefcakes in any of those games too. There was that one game that showed a shirtless guy, but that's kind of it. Like, you're not seeing big, strong, masculine men being depicted. Maybe that means there really isn't that much desire for those types of characters. You do see more otome games where it's effeminate, more Asian style men who are tall but slender, and that probably is an evolution over time that's happened where women don't actually physically need to be protected by men, if they ever did. I guess I could go on, but we're already going very long today, so let's move on. Gambling fears apparently got Balatro delisted after a ratings board mix-up. The UK ratings board PEGI accidentally delisted Balatro on PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, and Xbox stores after a recent categorization error. Balatro is not actually a gambling game, although it is a deck building game that uses the same gameplay mechanics or similar gameplay mechanics of playing poker and gambling, or playing some kind of gambling card game. But yeah, you would expect PEGI to be better than that, and perhaps that might be a case that the UK government actually runs PEGI, where the ESA and the CERO in Japan, I think, are independent companies. I'd have to double check that accusation, though, that PEGI is actually run by the UK government, to be certain about that. Crystal Dynamics put a Women's History Month banner up here, and I think they are pretty much the one company that has done anything for women's, what they're calling it, History Month, where I'm seeing other people just call the first Women's Day. And honestly, claiming a whole month and then not having enough content to do a whole month, you might as well just say celebrating women, or we will be celebrating women in the month of March, but we're not calling it Women's History Month, particularly women's history in gaming. Crystal Dynamics is in a very poor choice and definitely comes off as being too SJW-y. as far as the type of games that they've made, or more importantly, the type of employees that they've had over their history. Yes, they did make a strong, empowered Indiana Jones ripoff character in Lara Croft, but then Lara Croft is also more known for her hourglass figure and body shape than she is for having any kind of consistent personality or characterization or friends or family or romantic interests at all. She is literally just a doll character that in their reboot they tried to stop making a doll character, but still pretty well failed to give her an interesting personality. And they killed off most of her friends by the end of the reboot series, so she really only had one character. Meanwhile, I would say I just don't think there are actually that many females working at Crystal Dynamics. I definitely don't think I would call that a women's led company. If they could make that claim, then Tomb Raider games would have been in that cell and highlighted. Notably, they weren't. And then this was a summer camp thing they're promoting, with Girls Make Games, which, yeah, one of these characters is not like the other, because as far as I can tell, these are supposed to be a diverse selection of real-world females, and then this is either a cosplaying real-world female or just Lara Croft being added to the image. And almost, you see this white line around her as far as a white pixel. It almost feels like she was added at the last second, being in the foreground like that. It just doesn't really make sense. And I don't think you can really call a British fictional character that diverse, compared to what is, I assume, supposed to be an Asian, someone of African descent, a Middle Eastern lady, and I assume this is supposed to just be your standard white redhead. But yeah, I can't really say anything bad around the idea of trying to promote women into game development. Yeah, if anything, I'm always glad to see women trying to be creative and actually accomplish something and be effective as best as they can, because yeah, I don't want to see an entire generation of women all just saying, well, I can go make more money at OnlyFans, and then creating a entire generation of just incel simps who are then funding OnlyFans models. I'm fine with as much of that as society can handle, but really can't be all of society. And there are women out there who are more creative than that. Let's see. Moving on, indie dev Kyoken Interactive is conducting staff layoffs. Man, I'm stumbling over the headlines. And this really has turned into a Women's Day conversation. I wouldn't really call it a rant. YouTube Gaming, though, failing to shift quickly from Black History Month, which would have been February, the shortest month out of the year, even with a leap day this year. Which, yeah, they have not updated it. They are 11 hours ago celebrating Basically Homeless, who is a YouTuber who's been on YouTube for 14 years and is definitely male presenting. So YouTube's really not getting on that bandwagon. Black Panther here at least makes sense on February 27th. Yep. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says that HBO's Last of Us has cast its Manny, Nora, Mel, and Owen. Danny Ramirez, Tati Gabrielle, I don't know how you pronounce that first name, Ariella Barber, and Spencer Lord have joined the show for season 2. If any of those names are recognizable to you, I imagine this might be exciting. The new CEO, Neil Mohan of YouTube, has promoted a YouTuber here in Drusky, which, yeah, it seems weird that we're getting more promotions from him. But more importantly, he says that he has heard from creators and you can now upload long form videos and shorts and select monetization options right from the YouTube Studio app on mobile. Which, yeah, that has been long since missing. That if for some reason you have video footage, long form footage that's not a short, something more than a minute on your video, on your camera, you would then have to transfer that video from your cell phone camera or cell phone to a PC to upload it. If you made a 1-minute video with some other app and you wanted to upload it, I think you would also have to upload it via the PC. And selecting monetization options I thought was something you could do, but apparently it wasn't. Inherently, they do want everybody just to use their cell phones, but you just can't do that depending on the type of content you're making. If you're editing video, you need a PC, and you need to upload it probably from the PC. Even if editors got really good on cell phones, you need the ability to upload long form footage, which they've added that now. But if you're making good shorts, you probably still need to edit it, which would probably require a PC. But yeah, there really is no reason why that hasn't been part of it. Is there a situation where I personally would use the mobile app to upload videos? Probably not unless my computer was broken. If my computer was broken, I probably wouldn't be making footage in the first place. But I could see people shooting videos from their camera, more from lifestyle type videos and or travel type videos, and then having all that footage ready to go and uploaded directly from your phone. I could definitely see making a slightly edited video during a vacation just for your average user to upload a private video to their private YouTube account. Yeah, and then I guess it's worth also pointing out here, celebrating Black creators on February 29th, not mentioning female creators at all on Women's Day. Particularly weird considering how successful I would say YouTube has been for female creators. It's one of the probably most fair, most equal platforms on the internet for male and female split. And this is yet another example of you probably shouldn't promote anybody, because if you promote one person, you're leaving out 6 billion other people. You're gonna insult so many more people as the CEO of YouTube, when clearly the post should have been this post, and this should have been a bigger deal. We can look at like the views here from 12 hours ago. You have 3.4 thousand, 9 comments, 10 retweets, 33 hearts. Whereas from 4 hours ago, we have 1 comment, 2 retweets, 9 hearts, and 1.2 thousand views. So theoretically, if you multiplied each of these by 3, that would be somewhat bigger in some cases, but not in comments or retweets. It'd be only bigger in views. Yeah, and only slightly bigger in views. And that's assuming you could just multiply this 4 hours by 3 to equal this 12 hours, which it really doesn't work that way. You should have diminished returns. So yeah, even people following Neil Mohan are less interested in this. Remedy Entertainment, I believe, is what were they tweeting out? Here, 15 hours ago. Remedy Entertainment is hiring for all positions. So if you're looking for a job to work at Remedy, that does probably tell your average gamer that they are working towards making another Control or Alan Wake type game from Remedy. Control, Remedy Entertainment would be another target company that you would think would, on day one, on Women's Day, try and promote women, since Control has a woman protagonist, and yeah, we're just not seeing that. It's certainly interesting who chooses to promote it and who doesn't. And there's a certain argument I could say that I could see the argument that women should just be promoted year-round in the same way that everybody should be promoted year-round, but in particular I could see if women are almost as prominent as men, if it actually felt like it was that case, which it doesn't really to me, then excluding them to a single day or a single month a year marginalizes them in a different way. Something else I thought of, but it slipped my mind. Remedy Entertainment recently got control back, the game Control. They got control over the IP Control. And yeah, Control is probably a great example of a case where you can make a decent game with a female protagonist and nobody really complain about it. And some people even sing the praises of it, although in fairness I wouldn't say they did as good of a job as I would have liked writing the main protagonist as writing her character and developing her character. I'd like to see more of that in the sequel, and I'd also like to see just more improved gameplay and diversity in enemies in Control. The Sea of Thieves co-developer Radical Forge has confirmed layoffs. The UK studio says it's restructuring to continuing operating in the current challenging marketplace. Suffice it to say, I don't think Sea of Thieves is getting anywhere as many sales as they would want, and honestly, for a game that was 10 years in development, nope, that's Skull and Bones I'm thinking of. Sea of Thieves is a different game. Sea of Thieves is the Microsoft game. So yeah, layoffs happening all around, perhaps for no real reason. Introversion Software, makers of Prison Architect, Scanner Sombre, Defcon, Darwinia, and Uplink, all are fairly old games, are now working on a game called The Last Starship, which looks very much like it's an FTL game. But I guess The Last Starship is already on Steam. Are they going to actually put a link to it? Here's uplink. That's a hashtag. Guess we'll have to go to their website. Buy on Steam. Let's see. I own most of their game, and so if The Last Starship is actually part of a bundle, might get a decent discount on it. Where is it? There it is. So it looks like it's a bigger FTL game that perhaps is less of a roguelike and more of a no, they're calling it a space-based construction industry and factory game. It's currently in alpha, so they are still developing it. So it looks very much like FTL. It's definitely designed to look like FTL, but it looks like it's going to play fairly different from FTL and not just be a roguelite, or a roguelike. Actually, I'd say FTL is actually a roguelike game where you run into random encounters and you're given prompts. But I would say Introversion Software in particular is not in the position where they can make rip-off games and feel good about it. Like, the Uplink and Darwinia are kind of niche major sellers, and Introversion Software as a UK company has been around long enough and successful enough that they should change the art style and make it feel something more appropriate. That being said, there's this unique pattern in that Uplink, Darwinia, Defcom, and Scanner Sombre all have very poor visual aspects to them, so they're actually doing better with The Last Starship than most of their old games. Prison Architect has decent visuals too, and Uplink in particular is a pretty old game that's very rough in its interface. A remake of Uplink would make a lot of sense as a hacking simulator game. A remake of Darwinia might make sense with like ray tracing visuals. Defcom is a global thermal nuclear war simulator from the movie War Games, and it could definitely make a remake too. I don't know if you could really do much with Scanner Sombre to remake it, and Prison Architect is too new for a remake. Platinum Games seems to still be promoting Bayonetta, in that these Bayonetta glasses are available in Japan. Custom frames with little stars and moons and things on the side here. She has a platinum badge lanyard, so I assume she works at the Platinum Games. But yeah, you can only order them in Japan if you were going to try and cosplay as Bayonetta. And here's a Bayonetta doll next to a ferret. So it's probably a good thing that they're still supporting Bayonetta. I don't want to see Bayonetta disappear as a series, although it could also just be a series that is done with 3 games and maybe should just be on the shelf for a while in favor of a remake like 5 to 6 years from now, or reboot. I doubt they have any real plans to ship this to the West. And oddly, Bayonetta is depicted as a long black-haired, probably Japanese, heavily Japanese inspired in her features, but very taller, much taller than an Asian lady would be. And almost all Asian ladies do naturally have, almost all Japanese have naturally occurring black hair. So it's kind of odd that you have a brown-haired lady wearing the glasses. And then she doesn't look particularly tall, but it's hard to tell, certainly from this angle. So she isn't particularly a great cosplayer if she was trying to embody the character with the glasses. If she's just showing off the glasses. I don't think this is a particularly good way to show off the glasses either. I mean, it really is just showing how her face, how round her face is, or how skinny her face is, frames the glasses, which the glasses feel a little big on her, frankly. I just don't think you need frames that big. So you'd probably want them in different sizes, and I bet they don't come in different sizes. I bet they come some slightly large for Asians. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if over the course of a day these would slide down her nose, unless they're pinching her nose really tightly. But yeah, I imagine we can start to see some Japanese cosplayers buying those glasses as a prop. Although there's plenty of Bayonetta cosplayers already who have made their own, I'm sure, or worn just standard black rim glasses. We already talked about Guerrilla's Horizon Online game reportedly not among the cancelled Sony projects. There's an update here saying that Wildlife Studios is laying off 21% of its workforce. This is the third round of layoffs at the studio in 3 years. Wildlife Studios, don't know what they're working on or what they've ever worked on. They're showing this like weird character, but I don't recognize this weird character, so I guess I'm just gonna leave it at that. The Pokemon trading card game, thank goodness, won't feature NFTs. The virtual card collecting game will be released later this year. Yeah, it would be insane to try and launch anything with NFTs at this point for all the negative backlash around NFTs. And particularly around the Pokemon trading card game, I just don't think Nintendo or the Pokemon company in general wants to do all the back-end security and support and that they would need to do if they were allowing you to get like unique numbered serialized versions of cards. I'm not even sure that there is going to be a mechanism to trade cards in the trading card game, which really that phrase probably should be eliminated, just calling it the Pokemon card game, because the one thing you probably shouldn't be encouraging in little kids is them trading away their Pokemon cards. Instead, just call it the card game or call it a deck building game. Although deck building games imply that you usually get all the cards in an expansion and there is no rarity. But yeah, you can't sell packets if you're not emphasizing trading as much. But they certainly could still do everything they do and just change it down the card game. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure that in this new digital one you will actually be able to trade and how that would work at all. Here you have Video Games Chronicles putting a different spin on that article. GTA 6 devs asked to return to the office full-time for productivity and security reasons, which they certainly could make an argument around security reasons. There have been leaks. But yeah, they want to end hybrid working in April, which probably means they will lose some employees in that transition, and maybe they don't care. I wouldn't be surprised if some companies realize that you could implement like work from home policies when times are good, and then when you need to do layoffs, you could just end the work from home policies, and you probably do that multiple times to some level of success, where you would try to do layoffs without actually calling them layoffs, just by getting people to individually decide to quit when they don't want to return from work from home or hybrid work. And it seems like I probably didn't talk about or missed this, that the story around GTA 6 seems to be that you can play as a male or female character, and that they're going to be an equivalent of a modern Bonnie and Clyde type couple. Which, yeah, that may just be a rumor. That may actually be an old rumor, and may not have been actually announced or proven. I don't think that would really change too much. It's probably a step in the right direction to have a psychotic criminal be a female character in the GTA universe instead of always being males that are psychotic criminals. Does this mean I really suspect that there will be like male hookers that you can run over with a car and rob? Maybe they should take it in that direction too. At the end of the day, I'm still not really of the thought that GTA has that much of an experience in the open world aspects, and it really just comes down to the story missions and how good those are, which sometimes people have responded well to the story missions in the more recent GTAs. Apparently, Video Games Chronicle has an article here. Some Tekken 8 players are expressing anger as the game has added microtransactions. Players can now buy costumes with Tekken coins, which only can be bought in bundles, which almost certainly implies the bundles don't give you the correct amount of Tekken coins, so you'll always have a few coins left over. Microtransactions in a fighting game. I can't ever really make the argument that I'm pro microtransactions in anything, but either a subscription service or a season pass with DLC characters or microtransactions probably are needed in fighting games, because fighting games in particular have more longevity when they are successful, although the successful ones also notably probably don't have microtransactions in them, so they may be successful because they don't have microtransactions in part. But yeah, I could see constantly releasing costumes and then having microtransactions. I think the biggest problem here is that you kind of have to launch the game that way. You have to tell the players that's what the experience is going to be, and usually it's going to have to be fairly free too, to start. You can have DLC and season passes where you add more characters. I don't recall ever seeing a season pass that added costumes as part of it, where costumes would be easier. There's a long history, particularly in fighting games, where you would unlock costumes and you would unlock characters via skill, not via season passes or microtransactions. So there's certainly a problem there where people are going to reject that concept. But yeah, had Tekken 8 launched with microtransactions, I don't think there would be as big of a backlash. Let's see. So apparently there's this guy that works at the company that makes Helldivers 2 named Joel, who is actively just like monitoring how things happen and making tweaks and changes. And the gamers have, I guess, lovingly called him a god. It's when I first saw this headline, I thought maybe it was Joel, and this was just a made-up character in the storyline. But no, it is an actual person named Joel. He's basically game mastering actions behind the scene. I haven't played Helldivers and probably never will, so I don't know what really needs these tweaks. It sounds like to me the game isn't polished enough and isn't balanced enough, and so as people are getting better at the game and defeating boss dungeons, he's like tweaking the game to make it more difficult or perhaps make it easier in some places. There is no player versus player in Helldivers 2. They actively didn't want to create that because they didn't want toxicity, which has actually caused very little to change, because there's still toxicity in Helldivers 2, as there are a lot of grinders, people with just the best metas as far as equipment being equipped and armor being equipped and things like that. And so there are players that are yelling at / kicking players that are under equipped, and yeah, that almost certainly was going to happen anyways. And there's not likely going to ever be a way to get around that. But also, this may very well be a case where mainstream video game journalism is just talking about toxicity in the most recent game because they always want to talk about toxicity, whether or not it's really existing at any significant levels. There's no like gold to grind as far as I know in Helldivers, or so if anything it would be people playing Helldivers to grind up accounts to try and sell the accounts. Would be the only reason why you would have grinders, which I'm not sure grinders is really a term, but I'm gonna start using it, I guess. Then I think Rocksteady Jobs, senior desktop support technician, is hiring. Yep. So that obviously they are scaling up as they are doing a return from hybrid work. And yeah, a big part of getting rid of work from home and layoffs in general is to try and cycle out the higher paid employees with younger, more exploitable employees that you can underpay. Video Games Chronicle says that the Borderlands studio Gearbox is reportedly closer than ever to being sold by Embracer Group. Studio CEO Randy Pitchford told employees a decision has been made. It's been claimed. At this point, I think it's weird to call it the Borderlands studio when they don't own Borderlands. Instead of just saying Gearbox is reportedly closer, just name the studio. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it is sold to somebody, probably 2K if I was going to pick a company. I also wouldn't be surprised if it was sold to Microsoft, but I think there would be some problems with Microsoft trying to acquire it. It would be a little weird if it was sold to PlayStation, but heck, that might be the other shoe dropping around PlayStation. If all of a sudden PlayStation shuts down or de-emphasizes its current companies and then it acquires Gearbox and is going in a completely different direction, that might work. Although they would probably need to acquire 2 or 3 other companies. It'd be weird if Nintendo acquired Gearbox. But unfortunately, the real possibility here is that it's just going to be Tencent or NetEase, and then there's just going to be that weirdness around, does Tencent do anything with Gearbox, or does it just let Gearbox be Gearbox? and continue to fund their development of games. Also wouldn't be surprised if we still see Randy Pitchford as CEO. He doesn't seem like he really wants to completely step down from that role and from control of the company, despite employees perhaps wanting him to go away. There would be an argument that it would be Sony, since Sony is, I think, involved in making the Borderlands movie. There is also a possibility that when he says a decision has been made, the decision is just to shut the doors and shutter Gearbox, which it would suck certainly for the employees, but it may be the better thing in the future if the people working at Gearbox in Frisco, Texas, or the people working in the Gearbox offices in Quebec, I think there might be another Gearbox office somewhere else. If all of a sudden those people split off and made 3 new companies without Randy Pitchford being CEO, without being stuck making more Borderlands content for people who aren't interested in making more Borderlands content, or for people who would like to make a new game like Borderlands but then aren't going to be hamstrung by the existing Borderlands storyline. Like there could be 3 new companies that popped up and created more games, and smaller companies in general I think are better for the industry. I think we could probably, if a law was passed right now where we just broke up a whole bunch of these mega corporations into a whole bunch of small corporations, you would see better games being developed cheaper, which would probably be better for the industry overall. The idea of these too big to fail mega game companies so far haven't really proven themselves to be that helpful, and yeah, there's no real advantage at this point of having a mega company own a bunch of video game companies. Microsoft's a great example of that. You have many different mini companies under Xbox, and it's not like they're really collaborating or using the same code or working to make quadruple A type games, if we are going to start naming games quadruple A games. Let's see. Then GameDeveloper.com says that the Firesprite devs said that a culture of fear led to a staff exodus. Ex-developers claim Firesprite's current situation is a sinking ship, not helped by the studio heads reportedly at the root of these problems. It is we're also blaming Sony's meddling in this article. It is an interesting idea, certainly, that a company is so bad that a significant number of people leave, and it definitely highlights how people will not leave a bad company until it is really, really awful in significant numbers, because people just need income and they're living paycheck to paycheck. Even game developers, where it really should be more of a case where game developers could take long sabbaticals and quit jobs the second they see any frustration or problems, any red flags. And definitely, if you can financially afford it, you probably should quit a job as soon as you start to see too many red flags and cross a line. You shouldn't just quit the second there's one little problem, but once you see a culture of doing things in a way you don't want to do things, or you being treated in ways that you don't think is appropriate, you should leave if you can leave and seek better pastures. Unfortunately, very few people have that option. Let's see, the Skylands and Crash Bandicoot studio, Toys for Bob, is somehow leaving Activision and going independent. I assume this must just be a case where Microsoft must have just let them go, or maybe there was something in a weird contract that allowed that to happen. It probably highlights that Microsoft didn't see any major value in forcing Toys for Bob to stay around. Crash Bandicoot, notably known for PlayStation as the Mario of PlayStation, or the attempted Mario of PlayStation. So it would be weird for Microsoft to own them, but it also might be very prestigious for Microsoft to own that. Studio says it's still exploring a possible partnership with Microsoft. Yeah. Their most recent game, Skylanders, really, well, they've probably made some Crash Bandicoot games. And then apparently they worked on Spyro and Call of Duty. Yeah, I don't think they're the main company from Call of Duty. It is also fairly noticeable, though, that Microsoft's not really in the business of making more kid-friendly looking games, more cartoony looking games. They should be in the business for that, but clearly they have no desire to do that. And this may be a great example of Phil Spencer or somebody else who's high up in the corporate ladder of Xbox having personal preferences, and his personal preferences really hurting the potential diversity of games that Microsoft could be selling and publishing. There is definitely a culture of Halo gamers and gamer bros, I think, still, even now, at Microsoft and Xbox. And so a platformer game like Crash Bandicoot just does not fit. Although, in fairness, Starfield doesn't really fit either. And Double Fine doesn't really fit either. So there is some room, obviously, for that. I wonder if this isn't a case, in part, whether Toys for Bob as a subsidiary is going independent, but the IPs are staying with Microsoft, and that might work for Microsoft pretty well. In fact, if that's the case, that might be Microsoft's own push, is that they said, we're either going to lay off everybody at Toys for Bob, or we're going to let you go independent, but we're going to hold on to all the intellectual property and everything from Toys and Bob. So really, we are letting you have the name of the company and nothing else. They mention here that they pioneered new intellectual property and hardware technologies in Skylanders, but yeah, there's no statement here that any of that IP is actually going with them. Most recent Toys for Bob has just been developing the Call of Duty series, but they want to go back to Skylanders, it seems like, and Crash Bandicoot type games, which makes a lot of sense. This really may just be correcting an injustice that Activision enacted on Toys for Bob back when Activision was independent. It'll be interesting to see if we do see a new Crash Bandicoot game coming out of Microsoft from a different company, though, or if Toys for Bob does somehow retain the rights. I wouldn't be surprised if actually Sony owns the rights to Crash Bandicoot, and so they may not be able to do anything in that franchise, and maybe just they could make it Skylanders. But you couldn't make a new Skylanders game with the toys to life concept, so you just have to make a game called Skylanders, which is fine, but it's not going to sell that well. GameDeveloper.com has the same article as far as Gearbox may also be leaving Embracer. Yep. The studio is currently in early days development of its next game. Same article. Saber Interactive is going to split from Embracer Group in a $500 million deal, going privately owned. This may very well be the way it also goes with Gearbox. And so when all is said and done, it may be incredibly embarrassing to Embracer Group that they may have paid Randy Pitchford and the other shareholders of Gearbox a ton of money to acquire them, to only turn around in about a year or two's time and then get paid back very much less money for Gearbox to go independent and Randy Pitchford to just be the CEO and guy in charge of Borderlands Gearbox once again. Yeah, it definitely feels like that may be one of the situations where Embracer Group is just going to lose a ton of money on that deal. Maybe that was the plan all along. Maybe this is just what THQ resurrected as Embracer Group was planning on doing, is just wasting a ton of investors' money for some crazy reason. I'm not sure there's a crazy reason. I kind of wish there were more crazy people that would convince investors to waste their money, just to punish investors for being willing to gamble by investing in companies that they don't care about and they don't know anything about. For as much as people get mad at people like the FTX guy definitely was targeting the right kind of greedy, uninformed type people. Or Bernie Madoff is kind of a great example of that too. It's like Bernie Madoff's didn't steal money from poor people. He stole money from relatively rich people. Of course, that's no way to run a society, to turn a villain into a hero just because he victimized the right people that you don't like. Here you have a nice statement. The Diablo boss Rod Ferguson says, "Don't treat developers like knobs and dials." In the time of industry crisis, the Diablo franchise head Rod Ferguson is urging industry leaders to act with empathy. Yeah, and I think that's a sentiment, just as headline alone, we'll just talk about the headline. That is definitely a sentiment that many people should embrace, in that human people, workers, are humans, and that they aren't just a little pawn that you can eliminate one pawn by laying them off and then replace them with another pawn and it's all the same. Your success in a creative endeavor, a collaborative creative endeavor such as video games, is 100% going to be based on how well the employees work and collaborate with each other. And you can't just take one personality, one person, and one person's life experience and throw it away and replace it with somebody else lightly. You have to only make those decisions pretty much on a one-on-one basis, where you're firing people and not just laying off groups of people, or you're promoting people to different positions or demoting people. And even those decisions are going to have big ramifications, so you shouldn't be doing any of it lightly. And you definitely should be considering the entire team dynamic and the entire team and that individual person, and how you're affecting that person. Here we have the report that Saber Interactive is splitting off from Embracer to continue on the Knights of the Old Republic remake in development. Somehow Saber may have gone private. KOTOR is an example of a game that you should be able, if you're going to do an initialism like this, you should be able to hover over it to figure out what it is, because there certainly are some players out there that might not realize that KOTOR is a initialism without any periods here for Knights of the Old Republic. And then Sega has appointed the former Disney and Scopely executive Justin Scarponi to lead global transmedia strategy. The Tokyo-based executive brings over 30 years of experience to Sega. So, yeah. It'll be interesting to see what that leads to, other than it seems pretty obvious that Sega wants a transmedia approach with their content. And they've hired a Disney guy, so I assume they're going to try and go more kid-friendly and more global in their reach, which makes a lot of sense too. It's probably a right move for Sega to do that. That definitely feels like that is the way to go for things like Sonic. Really do need a fourth monitor now with the streaming of on Twitter and Twitch and the streaming on Twitch and YouTube. That's what I'm trying to say. Alright, so we're now looking through all the games and really don't have time for this today. Let's see. As far as all the games that came out on Wednesday, chess opening repertoire builder. It's an interesting thought. Should I make a YouTube short around it? Yeah, it's a weird enough game concept. It is a great example of if somebody was paying attention and they saw that the publisher. Honestly, you don't even really need to look at a list of all the games that the publisher has already put on Steam. It would be helpful if the games are all like trying to create confusion based on other more popular game names. But if you just had a limitation where every individual person, regardless of what they claim their developer name and publisher name is, every bank account can only publish one game a month, you would choke down these hidden object games to a much more reasonable number. Of course, sales may very well prove that these hidden object games actually are popular, and so I might just be on the wrong side of demand there and consume in the gaming community. It would make a lot more sense if these hidden object games were being released on mobile too. And it is still very crazy that Steam doesn't have an app store to sideload, and they definitely should be working on one, because at the very least in Europe, Apple iPhones are going to have to allow side loading, and once side loading is available both on iPhones and Android phones, which it's already available on Android phones, then having a Steam app store would make a lot of sense. And if anything, I think I would prefer to give a 30% cut to Valve over giving a 30% cut to Google for games in particular. And I could certainly see it being preferable to have a separate account connected to your Steam account versus the Google account. I also think there is potentially a world where you might have like Google and the Apple App Stores having ad-based versions of games, where the Steam-based games would perhaps not integrate AdSense into their games, and so everything might be more expensive on the Steam store, but you potentially get a PC version of the same game if such a thing exists. These are some interesting images here. Auto Battler card game. Yeah, I don't think it's quite polished enough though. Yeah, I could see it going that way. Starting to see a resurgence of these RPG Maker low effort games. It's been fairly quiet recently on that front. Yeah, I definitely do feel like if a lot of these games did have cell phone versions, they might sell better and they might make more sense. Does this support English? It says it does. He had very few games in the previous stream because of the weekends. I had only like 7 games that I wanted to make a YouTube short around, and already I'm up to like 14. Spot the oddities in the strange hotel. There might be something here. I suspect not really. It is uncertain as far as what causes the churn of the RPG Maker games to increase or decrease, if anything really causes it. At some point, we might get to a point where you could have a virtualized SteamOS on Android. It would probably never happen on iPhones, but if all of a sudden you were booting your phone into a SteamOS and you were all about the gaming, and very rarely you would get a text message or something like that. I'm not gonna make a YouTube short on something that already has a follow for it that looks like that. But yeah. That would be very weird if phones started potentially having SteamOS on it. And you really couldn't compete there. Not for the phone apps and all the Google apps you would want on an Android-like phone. It would have to almost be a collaboration between Microsoft trying to integrate Microsoft emails and applications like that, and Valve. Still probably have a ton of games to go through. And see, we're already really long today, and I can't skip the clips. because I really need to experiment with the clips and reading the headlines. But it is just rough. These have... I've found yet another way to dig myself in a hole and take up more time. I do want to look at all these games that are coming out and be somewhat informed about what may be coming out. And I do want to look at the headlines. And if I'm doing all of that stuff, I might as well do it in a live stream. I wish there was a way, and I need to figure out a way to encourage more interaction and comments around games that are coming out, although there really can't be that many comments when you're looking at a game like Secret Archives here, which is obviously just a low effort, low polygon in some places for shooter. If this wasn't mixed, I might have even put this on the fault list, but I'm not going to. And clearly this is one of those games where they've just asset flipped a big booty, big breasted character, and there's some zombie big breasted characters. This is one of these English Chinese games where the characters are inappropriately dressed and being shown off because China games can't actually have porn in them, so let's do the closest thing we can do to porn. Which, yeah. If there was actually a good game around this, I might give it a chance. The game Haiti had that possibility of being a good game, but actually played pretty terribly. Here we have a Steamboat Willie game. It's been a while since Steamboat Willie has been public domain, so this might be a great example of how short can you make a game, and apparently the answer to that is about 2 months. Of course, people knew Steamboat Willie was going to go in public domain, so you could have been working on a Steamboat Willie game for 4 years, or in secret. Although, maybe not. Maybe there is some legality there that would say you can't even begin development of something that's copyrighted, and thus you would have to wait until January 1st, when Steamboat Willie became public domain, to even begin the development of a Steamboat Willie game. But like most, I'll give this a chance, probably shouldn't. Most things in the public domain, Steamboat Willie doesn't really have a lot that you can do with it. People would have to get very creative. The only thing I can imagine is that you could now, in a game, have somebody watching Steamboat Willie in the background. Like, you can make that reference. And then maybe that influences an artist to create their own personal character. Here we have a game that has already been removed from the website, Steam. So they caught one. Here's another game that's already missing. I bet these are the two Helldivers games. Here's another. Well, either that's the case or something went really weird and it just opened the Steam front page multiple times, which maybe it did. Yeah, there couldn't have been this many games that have already been removed from Steam. My macro was acting weird earlier today, so maybe it was more working weird. Am I actually closing the right tab? No, I'm not. I'm clicking on the link there. So I was just opening the same tab over and over again there. So there really was only one game missing. So I bet that probably was the Helldivers clone, fake Paintball puzzle game. Give it a chance. We're almost done. Time melters. Give it a chance. Yep. What is this game? I don't know, but it has a lot of characters, so I'm gonna give it a chance. Yep, I'm still waiting for the Project Eve game. What is it called now? I've forgotten the name of it. From Shift Up. Well, the game from Shift Up. Waiting for that to come out. That'll probably be the first example of a real AA or AAA game that is going to actively try and have protagonists in somewhat tight suits, clothing, and showing off their body. And that probably will set a precedence of, if those types of games are going to be copied and made, that it should be at that extremely high level of polish. It probably will put games like Hades to shame in comparison, if it's actually good. If it isn't good, then it may just be a game not worth mentioning in comparison, because if the argument boils down to you can make a really good looking game but it plays terribly, or you can make a terrible playing game with a good looking character, then many people will still say you should make a good looking character in a terribly playing game. Of course, what could really ruin a game like the Shift Up game is if all of a sudden there's just major censorship, or it is disallowed completely on certain platforms, consoles, because then that might just prove that you can't make any actual money making those kinds of games. So here we are looking at SteamDB. Let's see, Helldivers in the 5th spot. I feel like it was in the 4th spot, and it's fallen downward one. Palworld still maintaining a high position. Lost Epoch still going up despite reviews, I think, still having some network problems, causing reviews to be fairly negative, more negative than you'd want to see. And yeah, that's like 4 relatively new games, so we aren't at least in the drought of there not being anything new to even mention, which we were in before. But looking at my chart, Apex Legends going up and down, Helldivers going up a little bit, Palworld still going down, Noarca Blade Point going up. Yep. And then the Dinos and Robot Festival is what's being promoted right now on the front page, not the sponsored, paid for Women's Day Festival. In fact, if we were going to play the game of what's the first woman-female character we see here, we have King's Call, a free-to-play casual card game. So then maybe we would play the game of what is going to be the first game that I think might have a somewhat good female protagonist. Maybe you'd say Apex Legends, or might be made by games. You could argue that some of the female characters in Baldur's Gate, since you make your own characters, are probably decent. The Women's Day sale is just this banner here, and I would be interested in seeing if the Women's Day sale actually pushes any of the games they're promoting up in sales enough that they would show up on the front page. These categories on the front page probably should be moved out of the way. Like, they're a little bit pointless to see only 4 categories at a time and have 5 different sections. Interesting, because I played Divide by Sheep, they're saying play this game and Boneworks, which I don't see the connection there. Yeah, they're also making an assumption here that I actually enjoyed Divide by Sheep, which I don't think I really would claim that. I think Divide by Sheep is really rather rough. Regency Solitaire has been updated, so that's why it's on the front page. And then I guess the question is Helldivers 2 and Palworld. And by the time you get down to this spot, you're almost certainly going to see Helldivers 2 in the top sellers category, Lost Epoch here, and Palworld notably not even making this list at all. So yeah, I think there's a decent chance I would scroll all the way down to this point and not see Palworld at all. Not a single game though that feels like it's one of the Women's Day sale games. And see, this is a funny thing where Valve can effectively be sexist here and not promote Women's Day sale and just do Dinos versus Robots as a longer running sale, and yet get all the coverage they want by allowing Wings to have their own special sale and put it just lower in the front page. Meanwhile, if you were really to ask the question how many women work at Valve in management roles, I think the number is probably approaching 0. Meanwhile, Dinos vs. Robots promoting much more mainstream games, popular games. And it's an easy tag, certainly. Any game with a robot in it, any game with a dinosaur in it. If anything, there's actually probably not that many games with dinosaurs in it compared to robots. When you look at this list, a long list of games that they're capable of showing, free point shop items, apparently. Let's see. Sure. We'll grab some free point shop nonsense. None of which matters any to me, but whatever. Wandering Village. I remember this game when it first came out. Oh yeah, I'm spending a lot of time looking at games today. That's not a bad thing really, because that's really what I would like to do more of, is to be just aware of what I may have overlooked. My ad blocker's still giving it some trouble on some of these JavaScript elements. Yeah. There almost certainly is a case here where they are trying to expand the Steam summer sales out, and so that there isn't just going to be one great Steam summer sale. Here, this ends on March 4th, which probably means somewhere around March 11th we'll have the Steam Summer Sale. It'll be interesting to see if there's any major sales that happen there. I am of the opinion where I'd like to buy a Steam Deck on the Steam Summer Sale, but I may be having some car trouble, so I think that budget may have just been blown. We have somebody on the YouTube chat saying Omenko, which I have no idea what that says, so maybe I shouldn't repeat it. It looks like it's a Japanese word, but yeah, I didn't actively see a game called Omenko being shown there. So let's look at some of these games that I've opened. If anything, the fall list has, it really can't work this way, but the fall list has boiled down to being the thing that I use as an indicator to decide when I see it the second time whether it should go to the wish list. The problem with that idea is that if you buy into that mentality, then you are going to only buy games that you see twice, which is going to be very random. The Jurassic Park games, these old Jurassic Park games, are all terrible, which I think probably highlights why you only have 75% and 37 reviews. This did come out in November of 2023. But I'll put it on the wish list, slightly over my 30 review rule. And then a lot of these games I think were just in early access last time I looked at them. I thought I would have ended up buying more kids games for my nieces and nephews, but by the time I think they're gonna be allowed to have a Steam Deck or something like that, they're gonna be so old that I don't think they are going to actually care about playing old retro games as much, or old or kids games. I think there's a decent chance that they're just going to be into Roblox and Minecraft and things that are more modern. But yeah, there's always that possibility that they get bored of those games and go back to older games. Yep. I definitely have heard from some parents that tried to introduce older games to their kids and they just said, oh, those are old games, I'm not interested in that at all. It's not the end of the show quite yet. And I did not turn off the banners. Okay. So I'm going to try now to burn through making the headline clips. It's funny, if this was not a YouTube stream, but if this was a TV show, headlines were always talked about at the very beginning of the shows, or throughout the beginning of the shows. So maybe I should just be talking about headlines. If I was to, I guess, eliminate Yu-Gi-Oh! Completely from the streams, I almost certainly would do headlines first. That would make a lot of sense. But yeah, that would also mean I wouldn't really talk about any headline unless I really cared about it, and I'd probably stop talking about headlines and news stories I actually care about, so there'd probably be less of my personality or opinion in it, which is also in line with a lot of comedy news reporting type shows that would do headlines, or just local news that would do headlines. Headlines technically mean they should be at the beginning, the head of the line, and so I'm weirdly doing headlines at the end. Yeah, so I am just all backwards. Anyways, let's make some clips. HBO's Last of Us has cast its Manny, Nora, Mel, and Owen. Sea of Thieves co-developer Radical Forge confirms layoffs. Guerrilla's Horizon Online game reportedly not among the cancelled Sony projects. Ori developer Moon Studios is showcasing its new action RPG today. Grand Theft Auto 6 devs hit out at Rockstar's reckless return to office mandate. Suicide Squad's concurrent Steam player count has started dipping below Gotham Knights. Neither one of those games are actually good, in my opinion. March's, quote, free games with Amazon Prime have been announced. 2 indie Steam games were disguised as Helldivers to scam players. There were briefly 3 identical-looking games identical-looking versions of this game on Steam, which one of them was actually the actual Helldivers. I now understand that subheadline. And yeah, I saw this on Reddit, and they just are attributing it to social media. But yeah, there definitely are people like Video Games Chronicles that are getting their news directly from Reddit. I wish there was perhaps a competitor to Reddit, now that Reddit in part is trying to go public, and it's going to just get worse and worse, I'm sure, after it does go public. It seems like it would be fairly easy to make a competitor. It's just very hard to get an audience to shift to that competitor. Anyways, moving on. Crash Team Rumble will be getting no more content updates after next week. Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown has seemingly been delayed again. Nacon's open-world Terminator game called Terminator Survivors comes to PC in October. Borderlands studio Gearbox is reportedly closer than ever to being sold by Embracer Group. Skylanders and Crash Bandicoot studio Toys for Bob is leaving Activision and going independent. Embracer is reportedly selling Saber Interactive for $500 million, including its Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake. Next week's free Epic Games Store title will be a brand new release. It's been a very long time since any kind of new release has been the free game on the Epic Games Store. But looking just at what Astro Duel 2 is from the screenshot, I am not imagining that it's much of a game. Some Taken 8 players express anger as the game adds microtransactions. Biomutant finally has a Nintendo Switch release date. This is a really, really old game. Threat Rhythm Final Bar line has stopped working because it's a leap day. Let's see, I heard of another game that stopped working because it was a leap day. I guess this is Theat Rhythm, not Threat Rhythm. Let's pronounce that. Some kind of musical game, as far as I can tell. It's a Square Enix game. Footage of Helldivers 2's upcoming mechs have seemingly leaked. Sega hires Disney veteran to lead its transmedia strategy. Pokemon trading card game Pocket won't feature NFTs. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth launch trailer released as the game hits PS5. GTA 6 devs asked to return to the office full-time for productivity and security reasons. EA has cancelled Respawn's Star Wars first-person shooter. EA has closed Battlefield's single-player studio Ridgeline Games. Electronic Arts is laying off 5% of its workforce. Insomniac calls this week's layoffs a solemn and unprecedented moment for the studio. A lot of layoffs happening, particularly from EA in that period. Some Star Citizens devs reportedly laid off as Cloud Emporium restructured. Call of Duty Warzone Mobile will be released worldwide in March. Remedy has acquired full rights of the Control franchise from 505 Games. Sony has announced March's PlayStation Plus Essential Games. Halo co-creator is taking time away from games after leaving the Battlefield director role. Alright, so that wasn't too bad going through all those headlines. Didn't screw up, didn't stumble too much. Now we just need to go through the Gematsu articles, which it looks like we've got quite a few. Collectathon platformer Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom for PC launches in April. Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 for PS5 and Xbox Series launches May 24th. This is already on Steam. And I may already own Xenoverse 1. Haven't gotten around to playing any of them though. Genshin Impact version 4.5 update, Blades of the Weaving Betwixt Brocade, launches March 13th. Brocade? Prasad? I have no idea what that word is supposed to be, if it is supposed to be a word. Rise of the Ronin weapon/style trailers are available. Monster Hunter 20th Anniversary Special Program is set for March 12th. Harvestella producer Daisuke Taka is leaving Square Enix. Yet another Square Enix departure. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's basically no talent left at Square Enix in a few years. Earth Defense Force World Brothers 2 launches May 23rd in Asia. I guess the question is whether it will come anywhere else globally. Reverse Collapse code named Bakery for PC launches March 22nd. That is a mouthful. Looks like there's quite a lot going on there. That's a great example of a game that just won't get any coverage outside of Gematsu. Amadama launches in early access on March 22nd. This is the one where you jump into different souls to solve hack and slash side-scrolling fights. I think that's what you do. Mages announces a suspense visual novel called Iwakura Aria for Switch. That's a mouthful. I'd like to watch the trailer here, but I don't have time. And looking at the screenshots, it might be pretty rough as a visual novel. A lot of them can be fairly rough. It's a distinct art style, and you do see this sometimes from games that are trying to be more horror and off-putting, is that they're not trying to have that kawaii or the moe art style in the characters, because you're not trying to make emotions of cuteness or lovey-doveyness. You're trying to make it feel either a little off-putting or a little unrealistic. Cold, dead eyes and long black hair. Yep. Yep. There's a sense of dread you're trying to evoke with some of the art styles here. I've seen it in other horror animations. Porcelain doll-esque in the appearance. Little uncanny valley breaking. It looks like a human, but it's not quite a human. Anyways, let's move on. Terminator Survivors launches in early access for PC on October 24th. Let's see what this looks like. Well, the screenshots look good here, but who knows what the actual game is. There has been some success in a couple of the previous Terminator games lately, and theoretically you should be able to make a Terminator game that makes sense. It's just a zombie game where you replace the zombies with Terminators, and that's all you really have to do. Write a decent sci-fi story around it, make a bunch of missions, throw it in there. I flippantly say make a bunch of missions. That's where most of your work would probably go. If anything, my biggest criticism is that this Terminator exoskeleton just doesn't look like the Terminators I've seen before. But maybe that's because this is like a early prototype of a Terminator. The other problem you run with the Terminator storylines is you throw out like a Terminator T1000 model, or some of the later models in the later movies, and even the T1000 in the second movie is almost completely indestructible. As bosses in a video game, that doesn't really work. You would expect with a name like Terminator Survivors that you would very much may just be surviving and incapable of actually defeating a Terminator. And so you might just be on the run in the entire game, and that might be too much of a challenge. And then if it was like that, that definitely wouldn't be a zombie game at that point. If there's just one stalking enemy, it would be closer to, what is it, Resident Evil 3, or yeah, Resident Evil 2. Moving on. Isometric action RPG Dragonkin The Banished announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. This is an example of like a Western looking game, although Nacon may actually be an Asian company publisher that also isn't really getting that much attention. Yeah, it seems like increasingly GameDeveloper.com and Video Games Chronicle, more Video Games Chronicle, have slowed down on talking about new games. And I'm heavily just leaning on Gamatsu for announcements, which at a certain point makes an argument to maybe just look at Gamatsu, but that's a bad way to get your news, to have only one news source and one perspective. It's also a waste of time, though, to have 3 news sources and 3 perspectives. Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown, the Explorer trailer, is available. MXGP, the official game, has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Endurance Motorsport Series announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. We probably at this point have gotten too many racing games announced, car racing games. They make too many of them for the genericness of them. Toys from Bob to split from Activision. Greedfall 2: The Dying World launches in early access for PC this summer. Trying to find the Steam link here. Now what's weird about this is this makes me wonder, where is Greedfall 1? How did I miss that? Because I just don't think I've seen it. And then even here it says more Nacon games. Let's see if we click see all from there. Can we find a Greedfall 1? Where's Greedfall 1? Some game from a long time ago. Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song, still mixed reviewed. It's a shame. There's a lot of games like that. Steel Rising, mostly positive. Really scrolling down fairly far here, back to 2020. Did I overlook it? Or did Nacon not publish Greedfall 1? Is that the case? Yeah. As far as I can tell, they didn't publish it. Which then wouldn't mean me needing to look at the developer spiders. Check that out. Greedfall 1. So yeah, Greedfall 1 is on my wish list. It is mostly positive. It is a single player game. So yeah, came out September 9th, 2019. Remnant 2 crossplay update is now available. Bloomberg says Saber Interactive is going to split from Embracer Group in a $500 million deal. Earth Defense Force World Brothers 2 launches May 23rd in Japan, September 26th worldwide. Aerial Knights We Never Yield announced for PC. I know my macro ran weird today, so I might find... No, the only thing that seemed like it was running weird was the games that came out, so we might find problems next stream on Monday. Farming Adventure RPG Lumia Island has been announced for PC. I guess that's probably Luma Island, if I can pronounce it right. There is something about this art style that, and the isometric perspective, that maybe is a little bit more attractive to me. A little small CGI versus 2D top-down Stardew Valley art styles. Biomutant for Switch launches May 14th. The Famitsu sales from 219 to 225 has been updated on Gamatsu.com. See what's new. Shin-chan for the Switch taking the number 2 spot. Interesting. I didn't realize that Shin-chan would be that popular. I know he's rather popular, but I didn't think it was that popular. Although, in fairness, it's not like there's a whole bunch of new games. Retro Game Challenge 1+2 Replay also taking the 3rd spot as being new. Then the Nintendo Switch owns everything until the 15th spot with Persona 3 Reload from last week. Yohani the Parhelion for Switch is taking the 12th spot. And then Sifuku Konju, a game I don't even think I've heard about, is in the 26th spot. As far as PlayStation games, PlayStation 5 is in the 15th spot, PlayStation 4 is in the 18th spot, PlayStation 5 is in the 22nd spot. And otherwise it's pretty much all Switch until the 28th spot and the 29th spot. And I imagine hardware sales are just going to reflect that, with Switch versions combined still week by week outselling PlayStation versions combined. Xbox doing better than PlayStation 4 at this point in Japan. Even the Series S is doing better. And the original Switches are being approached now in sales numbers by the Xbox Series X, which, yeah, that probably doesn't mean that much considering the original Switches are probably hard to find and not really that desirable, since you could probably just get the OLED model or Switch Lite for better bang for your buck. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink version 1.1.0 update launches March 14th. It adds Lucilius boss battle. DNF Duel DLC character Monk launches March 14th. Sega appoints a former Disney and Scopely executive Justin Scarpone to the lead global transmedia strategy. BXI to announce a new title for the PS4 and 5, Switch, and PC at the Tokyo Indie Game Summit 2024. I don't know if I really have ever heard of BXI before, but interestingly, I also haven't heard of the Tokyo Indie Game Summit. I think there is a potential that indie games could be a growing market and a very big market for Japanese games at some point in the future, but it does have to get over the hump of there really not being that much of an indie spirit, I think, in the Japanese people. Like, the Japanese people are raised from birth to think of them as everybody being the same and to not stand out from the crowd. And yes, there are a few creative people out there in the game industry that will shirk that mentality, but to go it alone and make your own business is really a rather big exception. But obviously somebody in Japan at some point made their own independent businesses. Although maybe not that many. Maybe it very much was the case where you just have large banks getting together, creating a corporation to make more money, and so that there just wouldn't have really ever been an independentness to the formation of some companies. You see that in anime, in which they make production committees and subsidiaries based on already existing companies. Anyways, let's move on. Death Trick Double Blind launches March 14th. Launches March 14th. This is an interesting art style too. As something I would argue might feel like a Western animation. If anything, it comes off almost a little French. It's English and Chinese, so. But it might be exciting just in the fact that if it's English and Chinese, it's not coming off as absolute garbage, as most English Chinese language games are. The Tokyo Game Show 2024 outlined trailblazed the world with gaming. Yep. Every year I hope for bigger and more announcements from the Tokyo Game Show, and I can only continue to hope, but I don't suspect I will see more than 4 or 5 games being teased or announced, and there may not be anything announced that's new. It may just be new trailers or new screenshots. Tokyo Revenger's last mission has been delayed to the General 2024 in Japan. One of the problems I would say about Tokyo Game Show and just presentations by Japanese video game companies in particular is they really need to break out of the idea of just sitting in a table and talking about a game for hours and maybe showing a minute of footage. If they want to get the attention of Westerners, they need to do that. Now, in contrast to that statement, it probably is better for gamers if they do sit at a table and give an hour-long presentation and give more actual information instead of your flashy, this trailer doesn't include any actual game content, it's just pre-rendered advertisements and commercials. But yeah, I don't fully believe that your average gamer would actually listen to a presentation around the game or even really be excited by that. I think gamers have been trained to get hyped based on flashy movie trailers around games versus an announcement of potentially an exciting gameplay mechanic. I've heard of Tokyo Revengers as a anime, but the images here are not really familiar at all. I know nothing about the story. Let's move on. Hyperdimension Neptunia Rebirth Trilogy for Switch debut trailer is available. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth launch trailer developer comments are available. Riviera The Promised Land remaster is coming to PC, iOS, and Android. Octopath Traveler is being re-released on more platforms, and they have switched the publisher from being Nintendo to the publisher being Square Enix, which probably means that the publishing rights just reverted back to Square Enix after a certain amount of time or a certain number of sales. Or it may very well be a case that Square Enix is going to publish Octopath Traveler on platforms that Nintendo just doesn't publish on. But this has been noticed by the ESRB that the publisher has been changed for newer releases, I assume. EA to lay off 5% of its workforce. Update 2 Star Wars first-person shooter has been cancelled. Dungeon Drafters for the PS4 and 5 and the Xbox One and Series and Switch launches March 14th. Remedy Entertainment acquires the Control IP rights from 505 Games. Man, I can't even name what her name is. She's the director of Control, and they just don't she doesn't talk to people enough in the game that you'd even have caught her name or memorized it. Not even like a last name. Weird. PlayStation Plus monthly game lineup for March 2024 announced. Alright, so that's going to bring us to the GameDeveloper.com articles, and then we should be done. Unfortunately, these streams are starting too late and going too long. And yeah, I don't think I'm really getting any views at all. I may still be at like 0 views for the past 3 streams on Twitch. But yeah, GameDeveloper.com headlines. Horizon's co-op game reportedly still in production following Sony layoffs. UK indie Radical Forge is laying off a handful of workers. Helldivers 2 has a god and his name is Joel. Toys for Bob is splitting from Activision Blizzard and going indie. Firespite Dev says culture of fear led to a staff exodus. There's a report that Gearbox may also be leaving Embracer. There's a report that Saber Interactive is splitting off from Embracer to continue in Knights of the Old Republic remake development. There's an update that Wildlife Studios is laying off 21% of its workforce. EA shutters Battlefield developer Ridgelight Games and torches Respawn's unannounced Star Wars shooter. Now we're in a very weird situation, or I'm in a weird situation, as there's been too many reports that we've talked about around the layoffs versus in the splittings and all the other news versus confirmed information. So I definitely am going to leave today's stream assuming everything that was a report is accurate, just because I can't remember what was labeled as a report versus which was confirmed. We're almost done today though. Rockstar issues a return to office mandate in the name of productivity and security. There's your male-female characters that you can play as in Rockstar 6 when it comes out. Or at least that's the assumption, is that you can play as both of them. Now weirdly, the teasers and trailers we've already seen from Rockstar 6 is way better animated than this image. This image is really just in line with the animation styles of the cover art in previous GTA games, which they probably just need to make a split there and have more realistic cover art on the cover. But I could also see by keeping it stylized and flat and more 2D as far as the cover art and the box art, it might cause less controversy, which I'm assuming Rockstar is trying very hard to avoid creating any more controversy. Although, frankly, at this point, they probably should. They might do more sales if they did cause controversy than if they didn't. EA will spend over $125 million laying off 5% of its workforce. Texas Chainsaw Massacre nets 5.6 million players as Black Tower takes over development. Black Desert Online nets 2 billion euros and 55 million players. I assume this is a euro symbol? I'm not sure that really is a euro symbol, come to look at it. Call of Duty Warzone Mobile will have cross progression between Modern Warfare 3 and Warzone. Remedy Entertainment gets Control's 4 franchise rights from 505 Games. Polaris Design Retreat papers explore colonial free design, prioritization frameworks, and more. I still never was able to figure out what this headline even meant. Anyways. that should do it. That's going to be it for the show. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. Thanks for watching. Have a good evening.